The exercise files for today's course are located in the video description below. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Joe Patty, and today we're talking about Excel 365 Introduction. Excel 365 is the latest version of Microsoft's popular spreadsheet program. And this training will teach you the basics of Excel 365, so you can start using it effectively for tasks like data analysis, reporting, budgeting, and more. By the end of this training, you'll be able to navigate and understand the Excel interface, enter and edit data, write formulas and use basic functions, and also print spreadsheets and set up print settings.
Looking to support our channel and get a great deal? Become a member today to unlock ad-free videos. That's right, your favorite courses without a single ad. Interested in a specific video? Purchase one of our ad-free courses individually. Looking for even more? Gain access to exams, certificates, and exclusive content at learnitanytime.com. More information can be found in the video description below.
If you're wondering what Excel 365 is, well, it's still Excel, but it's a subscription-based version of Excel, and it comes with Microsoft 365 Cloud Services. Unlike previous versions of Excel, Excel 365 allows for autosaves and also backs up your work to the cloud to prevent data loss. Not only this, but it also allows for more collaboration. You can do real-time co-collaborating with your colleagues, and this helps to facilitate better teamwork. You can see each other's changes instantaneously. Not only this, but 365 also provides access to your spreadsheet across many devices, including your mobile device. Now, of course, there are protections and security measures that can be involved in this. You have more control over accessing your files than ever, but you still have that secured feeling. The last thing that 365 is really good at is offering the way to stay up to date. Now, with previous versions, we would have to wait till the next version came out to get new features. But with 365, they will send the updates straight to your device. That way, you're always up to date on the new and improved features that Excel has to offer. We're going to start off by taking a look at Excel 365's interface. You'll notice I have my little shortcut right here, and I'm just going to give that a click. Now, if you don't have the shortcut here, no worries. You can find it in your Start menu, and then it'll be under the E section. I'm going to double click on Excel, and it's going to open up my 365 version, which brings me right away to what's known as the Startup page. Now, I really do like this Startup page because it allows for me to quickly open up a blank workbook, or I can use any of these templates that I've pre-created, or any of Microsoft's templates that they've created for me. I can also see the most recent files that I've been working on, so I can jump right back into working on it. We're going to keep it simple for today and just simply go to the blank workbook. This is going to bring us into our main interface. And as you can see up top, we have our quick access toolbar, which we can customize. You will notice that Microsoft 365 does have an autosave feature, and that's that feature I was talking about before in What is 365, where if we turn it on, it will connect to our cloud, which is an online storage system. Typically, it's our OneDrive, and we don't have to worry about hitting save every single time. Anything we do in this workbook will actually save automatically, which is great. We can also quickly rename the notebook by coming up here and clicking on Book 1 and then saving it right away. So that's another new way to save. And we'll be talking more about saving and sharing our files in a later section. We do also have here our ribbon. And inside of our ribbon, well, of course, we have our tabs. Our Home tab, our Insert tab. And inside of our tabs, we have command groups. And inside of those command groups, well, we have commands. And that's how I'll be directing you throughout these videos. I'll say something like, hey everyone, let's go to the Home tab. Let's head over to the Alignment command group, and let's click on Wrap Text. That way you always know where I am, and you can follow along with me throughout this entire session. Besides the ribbon, we also have what's known as the name box. And this name box allows for us to see exactly what cell we're in, or we can even do named ranges, something that we'll learn about in another episode. Now you'll see here that if I click into the A1, I know exactly where I am. Column A, row 1. And that's known as a reference. So you can always know exactly what cell you're on by just clicking on a cell and saying, oh, I'm in column D, row 7. So it's always going to reference the column first, which is alphabetical, and the row second, which is, well, numeric. And it's very similar to if you've ever played Battleships. So you'll see here that we have D7 because I'm selected on D7. Right next to the name box, we have what's known as the formula bar. And the formula bar allows us to see the truest value of a cell. Now you might be wondering, Joe, what does that exactly mean? Well, let's say that I click on a cell and I put a 1. And I click on another cell and I put a formula, 1 plus 0. Well, they both look identical. This looks like a 1 and this looks like a 1, but they're actually different. One is an actual 1 and the other is a formula. So if I want to know the exact true value, all I have to do is click on it and look in the formula bar. And it'll say, Joe, this is just a 1. You just pressed 1 on your keyboard. And if I click on the other one, it tells me, Joe, this is a formula, 1 plus 0. So even though these two look alike, they're actually very different. So that's why the formula bar is super important. Not only does it allow you to create formulas, functions, and calculations, but it allows for you to see what is actually inside of a cell. It's kind of like checking under the hood of a car. And I'll just delete those out. Now, besides being able to look at our formula bar or look at our ribbon or the name box, we also have a couple of great tools on the bottom of our interface too. First off, we can see here that we have a sheet. And this sheet is representing how many sheets we have in this workbook. Right now I only have one sheet and it's called Sheet 1 by default. I can rename this or move it or delete it, but we'll talk about that a little later. We can also add more sheets if we wanted to. Besides being able to add sheets, on our right-hand side, we have the ability to zoom. Whether we want to use the negative symbol to zoom out, or the plus symbol to zoom in, or if we want to manually click and drag on this little bar here to zoom in or out. And you'll also see here that we have a percentage as well. So we can choose exactly how much or how little we want to zoom in. Besides being able to do that manually, we can also use a keyboard shortcut. And this keyboard shortcut is going to be the control key plus our mouse wheel. So if you have a mouse wheel, you can use it to scroll up and down to zoom in and out. If you don't have a mouse wheel, you can use your 2 fingers on the touchpad on your computer or your laptop, and you can simply pinch together to zoom in or pinch out to zoom out. So I'll just use my control key, and you'll see me zooming in with the mouse wheel I have, or zooming out. There's no right or wrongs, it's really up to you on how you decide to zoom. But that's our interface. Take a moment to try this out on your own, explore some of the button options that you have, some of your commands, and when we come back, we're going to get into using our search and help filters. When you first start off in Excel 365, you might be thinking there's a lot of new features. Well, that's okay. There are a ton of new features and they're so amazing and they help us out. But what happens if you don't know what those features do or where they're at? Well, Microsoft gives us a nice way to search for our features using this search bar up top. You'll see here that we can search for recently used actions, like I bolded something or underlined something. I can see suggested actions, like inserting sheet rows or formatting cells, or I can even search for people inside of my worksheets. Not only that, but we can search for file names, and we can also search for other things by using full sentences. Maybe I want to know, how do I change the font color? So I could say change font color. And you'll see right here, it gives me the best action that I'm looking for, font color, and I can quickly do that. But it also allows me to look at files, find things in the worksheet, or even get more help from Microsoft support. Now, besides just using our search, we also have a help tab that's fully dedicated to, well, helping us. So you'll see here that we have this help button, and if you click on it, it'll open up a help pane where you can search for things to get help with, or even watch little video tutorials on Excel's newer features, like collaboration in real time. You can also contact support if you want to. Just click on Contact Support. It'll open up that pane as well, and we can quickly talk to somebody from Microsoft. We can give them an example of what we need help with and send it out right away. We can give feedback, things that we like, things that we don't like. We can make suggestions about things we want to see in the future updates. Or even show trainings, where we can search for all different types of video tutorials from Microsoft. They also have a community Excel blog where you can really find out a lot about frequently asked questions or new updates or how other people are using 365. So take a moment and take a look at some of these things. You might find yourself here a lot, especially if you're new to Excel. And it really is just a great resource to be able to quickly find new features or ask the community for help. One of the things that you'll constantly be doing in Excel 365 is selecting cells. Whether you're navigating or just trying to select data, it's important to know how to. So I'm going to click here in A1. And if you just want to go over to the right, you can use the right arrow. Or if you want to go left, you can use the left arrow. Or if you want to go down, the down arrow, or up, the up arrow. But there's other ways to do this. To navigate the cells, you can also use the Tab key, and the Tab key will allow you to go to the right. Shift Tab key will allow you to go to the left. The Enter key will allow you to go down, and Shift Enter will allow you to go up. And it really depends on where your finger placement is on your keyboard to see which one would be more comfortable for you. But once again, there's no right or wrong. You can also just simply grab the mouse and start clicking around to where you want to go. But I always find that when I'm writing headers, for instance, if I want to say name, I then use the Tab key. Or I say salary, Tab key, date of hire, because the Tab key is just right there in a position that is easy for me to access. You'll find your way by just practicing. Whether you use the arrow keys, or whether you use the Enter, or Shift Enter, or Tab, or Shift Tab, you'll be able to become comfortable with the way you navigate your cells. Now, when it comes to selecting cells, we see here that we can select one cell at a time. I know it's selected because of that border and that bottom right-hand corner square. You can select more than one cell by clicking and dragging, just like that. And you can also select more data as well. For instance, if I have a lot of data, let's say I have a couple of names here, like myself, maybe Alan, Sammy, Tom, and let's say Faz. Well, if I go to select one, and then I can use Control Shift down arrow, it will select everything to the next empty cell. Or if I have data going across, let's say we have a couple of numbers here, and then I use Control Shift right arrow, it'll select to the right, and then Control Shift down arrow. This makes selecting cells a lot easier, especially if you have a lot of data. You can also select all of these cells by using Control A, and it will select all of the data. So, if we take a look at what we've learned so far, we've learned that we can use the left arrow to select data, or we can also use the Shift Tab key. we've seen that we can use the right arrow, or we can use just simply the tab key. We can use the down arrow, or we can use the enter key, or we can use the up arrow, or we can do shift and enter. And then we found out that we can use the control key plus shift plus any of the arrow keys depending on where we want to go to select massive amounts of data. And if we want to just select everything at once, we can always use the control and A key to select all, A for all. So those are all our different ways to select data and also navigate our cells. Take a moment to practice that, and when we come back, we're going to start entering data and start building a really cool ledger. Excel is used for many different things, whether it be budgeting or data analysis, or even just creating a grocery list. Today, what we're going to do is a fun little exercise where we build our own reports, and we also automate our reports. We're going to actually create a coffee shop. Now, I chose coffee shop because, well, my name's Joe, and I really thought of a great title for our coffee shop. It's going to be called Cup of Joe's. I know, pretty funny. But when we're doing this, I'm not going to only showcase how we can enter in data, but we will be going over cell resizing, being able to delete or replace data, and also calculations, functions, and formulas to automate this budget list or this report. So let's start off in A1. The first thing I'm going to do is put in my title. All you need to do is just simply click on a cell and start typing, and it will enter in that information into the cell. So I'm going to type in Cup of Joe's yearly report. Now you don't have to name it Cup of Joe's, you can name it whatever you like when you're following along, but I'll put Cup of Joe's yearly report, just like that. Now you will notice that yes, this does go over into the B and C column. We're going to fix that problem in a little bit, but for now, let's just leave it alone and let's go to our next cell, which is going to be A3. In A3, I want to start to create a couple of headers that will actually put in the information and know exactly what information is going in. And that's what a header does for us. It lets us know what data are we looking at. So for A3, I want to put in my items in that column. So I'm going to call it items. I'll press the tab key to go over to the right, and I'll do price. Press the tab key to go over. I'm actually going to leave this one blank. I want to keep my items and my price separate. Tab over. Let's go with quarter 1. Let's go with quarter 2. And I'm just using QTR.2. I'm just abbreviating. You could write quarter out if you like. Quarter 3. And quarter 4. I think that looks good so far. Now that I have that, I'm going to start naming off some items that I'm going to sell. For instance, maybe we're going to sell some coffee, but we'll call it original coffee because it's Joe's original. After that, we'll sell some espresso. Maybe we'll sell some lattes, through latte, blueberry muffin. Of course, a breakfast sandwich. And let's also go with a croissant. And I think that looks great. So yeah, we have our items. And once again, we do notice that blueberry muffin, breakfast sandwich, they're kind of pushing over into the price column, but let's take a look what's going to happen. Let's all click on B4. And we're going to put in the price for our original coffee, which will be $1.75. So I'll put in 1.75 and press enter. You'll notice that it starts cutting off original coffee. It doesn't actually delete anything. If we click back into A4, remember, the formula bar will tell you the true value that's in there, and original coffee is still in there, but it's just being now cut off from price. We're going to fix that by using adjusting columns, but we'll do that in a little bit. Let's keep putting in our prices for now. Our espresso is going to be $2, so I'll put 2.00. And you're going to notice something. When we put in 2.00, it actually changed it to 2. But that's not what I wanted. I wanted 2.00. And it did it again. The reason it's doing this is because of formatting. Formatting means appearance in Excel. So even though I'm putting in 2.00, it's saying, Joe, we're going to put in the simplest appearance because, well, we don't want to take up too much space in your worksheet. Thank you, Excel, but I really don't want you to do that. So we're going to fix this by formatting to how we want to format, whether we want to add those zeros or maybe even make it look more like a price with a dollar symbol. But let's keep putting in the rest of our prices. For our latte, we'll do $3.25. Blueberry muffins will be $1.50. Let's do $3 for a breakfast sandwich. And then for the croissants, we'll do $1. Now that we have some of this data in here, let's continue to add some data, except this time we're going to add in all of the numbers for quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. Feel free to speed up the video at this moment if you don't want to follow along with me, but I'll take a moment here to just simply put in the numbers. And I'm just putting in some random numbers here. They don't need to make sense or match, but I'll just put in a couple of numbers and then feel free to follow along. And we'll put in quarter 3's numbers as well. And quarter 4. And if you feel like you want to follow along with me on the same numbers, it would be a good idea once we get over to formulas, functions, calculations. If you want to check your work against mine, you should have the same numbers as me. If you don't mind, you can just write whatever numbers you want. But if you did want to follow along with my exact numbers, feel free to pause the video or speed it up and see those numbers there. Now that we have those numbers, before we get into any type of adjusting or formatting, I want to quickly talk about how we can delete and replace cell data. See, we've now just entered in data, which is great, but we can also delete or replace the data. But there is a big difference between deleting data and replacing it. And that comes down to 2 buttons on our keyboard, backspace and delete. See, what the backspace button will do is backspace allows us to replace data. And the delete button, well, that allows us to delete data, exactly the way it sounds. And yeah, you might say, hey Joe, can't we just use both interchangeably? Well, you could if you're only talking about one cell, but if you're selecting multiple cells, you're going to see what happens. If I just want to change this, right, instead of having 939, I want to change it to something else, I can use backspace. And you'll see my cursor is still blinking, which means it's waiting for me to make the edit. And I can put whatever I want there. Or if I press the delete key, then it just deletes it and there's no marker trying to say, hey, do you want to replace this? So my cursor's not blinking. And that's because I deleted data. I didn't say I want to edit it. Now I know that it doesn't make sense when it comes down to only one cell. But watch what happens when we're dealing with multiple cells that are selected. Let's say I select all this data and I decide that I want to replace it or delete it. Well, if I go to replace it and I press backspace, you can only replace one cell at a time. And a lot of people will try to delete it using the backspace and notice that it only deletes the first thing that you've selected. If I have it selected and I press the delete on my keyboard, well, then it's going to delete everything. So the delete key deletes things and the backspace replaces things. And when you have many cells selected, you want to be sure to use the delete key. Otherwise, you're only going to backspace the first thing you have selected. I'm going to use Control Z, and Control Z allows you to undo things. So I'm going to use my Control and Z to undo. So if you see my numbers magically pop back up, that's just a little keyboard shortcut. You can also use the undo button right on your quick access toolbar. And if you don't have the undo button there, you're more than welcome to click the little drop down and go through and you'll find the undo in that quick access toolbar little menu here. And there you go. So I'm going to use undo to get my numbers back. I want you all to take a moment and try that out on your own. As we were taking a look at building this Cup of Joe's yearly report, we noticed that some of our cells are actually being cut off. And not only that, our pricing on our cells doesn't really look like pricing, and it didn't enter in the way we wanted to because of our formatting. So we're going to format and also adjust the cell sizes. The first thing we'll do is let's format the price. We're going to talk about formatting a little later in another section, but for now, let's just touch base on what formatting can do for us for pricing. You'll see here that when you enter in, let's say 10 or 1.00, and you press enter, it only puts in $1. And the reason it's doing that in a 1 instead of adding the decimal places is because it's giving us the most generic formatting that there is, the most general default. And if you go to the Home tab, and inside of the Home tab, you'll see here the number command group. This is where we can affect the way the number looks. And you'll also see that general number format I was telling you about. You can add in $ symbols or even other currency types. You can make it look like a percentage, add in a comma if it goes into thousands, or even increase or decrease the decimal places. You do have, if you click the drop down, a list of predefined formats that Microsoft created, whether you want it to be looking more like a number, or a currency, or accounting, or maybe a short or long date, or even a time. So first thing we're going to do is select what we want to affect. Select to affect. So you can either click and drag to select, or you can use that keyboard shortcut from before, Control Shift down arrow. Once you have your data selected, you'll then go over to that little drop down under the numbers command group, and I'm going to choose for it to look more like a currency. And look at that. It now looks more like a pricing. That looks great. But we're not done yet because remember, a lot of our stuff like original coffee, our blueberry muffins, our breakfast sandwich, all of that's getting cut off by the price. So what I want to do instead is I want to adjust column A because right now these still say what they say, right? Breakfast sandwich is still in there, so I know it's there. But it's just that this column isn't big enough. The border is here and it's cutting it off. So I need to extend this column and make it bigger. To do that, we're going to take our cursor and go right between the A and the B, and you'll see that our cursor changes to double-headed arrows. And at that point, you can just simply click and drag to change the width. I can make it really big. I can make it really small. Or if I just simply double click, it will auto size it for me. How nice is that? I can auto adjust it. So if it was squished, I can then double click and auto adjust. Another really cool thing we can do here is let's say that we have a bunch of squished up stuff. By the way, if you ever see pound signs in Excel, don't be nervous. That just simply means it's a number, but it just doesn't fit in the column. So once we have this all squished up, let's say the squishes, it's all squished, it doesn't look good. What we can now do is go over, you'll see this little right angle between the A and the 1. If you click on that right angle, what it does is it selects every single cell in your worksheet. And I mean every single one. All columns, all rows are selected at this point. Now all we have to do is go between any of our columns, A or B or C, doesn't matter, and give it a double click. And it will auto adjust every single column for us. How awesome is that? So it saves us a lot of time. So you can either work one column at a time or just auto adjust them all at once. What we're going to be getting into next is calculations, formulas, and functions. And before we actually start applying it to our Cup of Joe's yearly report, I want to talk a little bit about the difference between each. So I'm just going to scroll down a little bit here, and I'm going to zoom in a little as well. And I'm just going to put in calculations, formulas, and functions. And I'll just adjust those a little bit. Let's put a couple of numbers here. I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And let's talk about what are calculations versus formulas versus functions. A calculation in Excel is any math that is done in Excel. And typically, when you do a calculation, formula, or function, you'll always start off with an equal sign, the universal sign of mathematics. Now, when we're talking about calculations, we're going to actually use Excel like a calculator. For instance, if I want to see the sum of 1 through 5 here, I'm going to have to press 1 on my keyboard, plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, plus 5. And then I'll press enter. And it gives me 15. It works perfectly. The downside to using calculations like this is that, first off, it was slow. And also, it's not dynamic. Dynamic means that if something changes within our data, let's say this 5 turns into a 10, it doesn't update the result. So it's not dynamic. It won't update. Formulas work a little differently than calculations. They still do math in Excel, but they do it based off of cells, either a single cell or a range of cells. And once again, we have to start off with our equal sign. If I want to add these up, instead of doing 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, I'm going to say that I want to take this cell, whatever's in it, you just click on it, which is E24, plus the next one, and they even color code them, plus the next cell, and I'm just clicking on it, using my plus key, clicking on the next one, plus key, clicking on the next one. And when I press enter, it gives me 15. Now, once again, doing it this way was pretty slow. But is it dynamic? If something changes, let's say the 5 changes to a 10, well, look what happens. It actually updates the result. So it is dynamic. And that's one of the best things about formulas is that they are dynamic. If our data changes, it updates automatically for us. Not only are formulas dynamic, but they're really great for when we're doing multiplication. So when we need to multiply something, they're very great when we have to divide. And they're also really awesome when we need to subtract data. So I do like formulas because of this. But then what is a function? Well, a function's actually a pre-created formula that Microsoft made for us so that we can use them. So they're already formulas that are built into Excel. Now you're probably wondering, how do you find those? There's two ways. Once again, calculations, formulas, and functions always have to start off with an equal sign. And if you want to use a function, you can just start spelling the function out. For instance, maybe a sum function. I type in an S after the equal sign, and it gives me a list of all the different functions that start with S. Now you can look for functions this way, or you're just more than welcome to go up to the formulas bar. And in the formulas bar, you'll see we have what's known as a function library command group, where we can see all of our functions categorized in different categories, like financial, or logical, or text. So if you know exactly what you're looking for, maybe I'm looking for something with math, and then I can just search through And I can say, oh yeah, that's exactly what I need to do. I need to add all the numbers in a range of cells. I need the sum function that will sum up all of my numbers here. So I'm going to click here and I'll do equals sum. And the next thing we need is to open up the parentheses to let it know what are we actually summing up. Now you can either do Shift 9 to open the parentheses, or what I like to do is once you type out the function name, you can press the Tab key, which once again is next to the Q on your keyboard, and that will open up the parentheses for you. I can then choose what I want to add together, all of these by clicking and dragging. If you ever want to move this thing, it's supposed to help you. I personally don't like it. Sometimes it gets in the way, but it is there to guide you. So you can just click and move it wherever you need to. So now it's saying, okay, Joe, we're going to summarize from whatever's in E24 through E28. And all I have to do is press enter at this point, and it gives me 15. Now, if I was doing that quicker, I could just do equals, sum, tab key, select all the things I want to add, and press enter. So it's really fast. Not only that, but is it dynamic? Well, if I change this to a 10, it updates. If I change it back, it updates. So it is dynamic. So most of the time in Excel, you're going to be using a lot of formulas and functions. You're rarely going to ever use calculations. It's nice that they offer calculations, but formulas and functions work better. So let's actually delete the cell. I'm going to select everything. And if you remember before, we can just press our delete key after we select everything, and it deletes it all. And let's scroll back up. Now that we're back to Joe's yearly report, what we want to do is let's say we want to find the total items we sold. We see how many we sold each quarter, but how much did we sell total? So I'm going to create another header here called total items sold. In the I column, I'm going to put in also, I want to see, well, how much money did we make? Our total sales. And I think that's good for now. Now, you'll notice that total items sold again is doing that thing, right? Where it's going over into the I column. So we know how to fix that now. We can select all our columns and go to the top between any two columns and double click. And it fixes it nice and pretty for us. So now we're going to try to calculate, well, the total items sold. And we can do that by using a function. And the function we're going to use is going to be the sum function. We're going to do equals sum, press the tab key to open up the parentheses, and then we're going to select all of our original coffee values here, because we just want to add up how much original coffee did we sell in quarter 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and then put the total here. So I'm going to select from D4, click and drag, to G4, and then press enter. Ooh, all right, 3,784, perfect. But I'm not done here. I want to also do the same thing for espresso, for lattes, for blueberry muffins, breakfast sandwich, and croissants. Now, we could just do equals, and then sum, and then tab, and then select D5 through G5, and we can do that a bunch more times. But I like to save time. I like to be the most efficient I can be in Excel. I'm going to give you a sneak peek to what's known as the AutoFill feature. AutoFill allows us to copy a pattern, whether it's number pattern or dates, or it could be categorical months, it could be weekdays, or it could be a formula or a function. What we can do is we can select our function, and you'll notice that when you select any cell, we have that little square in the bottom right-hand corner. Well, that square is actually known as the autofill handle. And that little square allows us to copy the pattern that we're trying to do here. So for instance, if you see the pattern in this one, if you double click into the cell, we can see what formula we're using. It's equals sum D4 to G4. If we double click into this one, equals sum D5 to G5. So D4 to G4, D5 to G5. There's a little bit of a pattern going. And if I click on that little square there, you'll see, look what happens. Just by hovering over, you get the white cross-haired cursor changes to a black cross-haired cursor. If you do a double click, 1, 2, what? It fills in the rest of it. How amazing is this? So it's following the pattern. D4 to G4, D5 to G5, D6 to G6. You could probably guess the next one, right? D7 to G7, D8 to G8, D9 to G9. So it just followed the pattern all the way down, so we didn't have to worry about it. So all we really had to do was one function and then just autofill by clicking and dragging. Or if you have data on both sides, you could just do double click. So if it's on the left side or the right side. We're going to do one more function, and then we'll take a look at a couple other basic functions that you can perform. So let's do the total sales. In this one, we're probably not going to use exactly a function for this, because if we want to get the total sales, well, that's going to be the price of the original coffee, and we want to multiply by how many original coffees we sold. We sold 3,784 coffees. We charged $1.75 for each of those. So if we multiply it using an asterisk symbol, that should give us our total sales. So we're going to do equals, and this time we'll use a formula. I'm going to say B4, which is the original coffee price, use my asterisk symbol, and multiply it by H4, which is the total original coffees I sold. When I press enter, I get my currency. How awesome is that? And because we're using a formula and we're multiplying this cell, which is a currency, by this cell, Excel knows to make this one a currency too. So it does a little bit of the work for us, which is nice. We know we don't want to have to do that 5 more times. So I'm going to click into I4, hover over that little square icon, and double click. And it will do the rest for us. All right, we have an awesome looking ledger so far. We're starting to build things using formulas and functions. When we come back, we're going to talk about using simple functions. There's so many functions out there, but there's a couple you can start using right away for data analysis. Things like looking up the total items sold, or maybe we want to see the average item sold, or the minimum item sold, or even the maximum. So we'll take a look at that in a moment. We've just seen how calculations, formulas, and functions can work for us. I want to show you a couple of basic functions that I use all the time to help me analyze my data. Let's say that we want to take a look at a quick analysis that gives us the total items, the average items, the minimum, and the maximum items sold. Let's put that about 2 under. Let's do column A, row 12. And so let's start off by naming total items sold. Underneath that, we'll do average items sold. We'll do min items sold. And the max items sold. We'll have a nice little report at the bottom. Now, before we continue, I do want everything to align nicely. So I actually want total items sold not only to be in column A, but I want it to go across column B and column C. And I want the same for each of these. I want average items to be this big, and then I want minimum items to be this big, and maximum. We can actually achieve this by using a really awesome feature. That feature is going to be found in the Home tab, and inside of the Home tab, you'll go over to the Alignment command group, and it's known as merge and center. What it does is it merges the columns together on a row level. So for instance, when I select total items sold, I'm going to select not only A12, but I'm going to go to B12 and C12 because I want all of these to merge together to become one. And I'm going to go to merge and center, give that a click, and look how nice that looks. And I want to do that for all of them. So I'll select average items sold, merge and center, minimum items sold, merge and center, and maximum items sold, merge and center. Now we can start putting in our functions right underneath quarter one so everything matches and aligns nice and neat. So the first thing is total items sold. Now we already know how to do this one, right? We're going to use the sum function just like we did here in column H, where we were trying to find total items sold across the items. We know we sold 3,784 coffees, 2,472 espressos, and so on and so forth. But what I want to do down here is see, well, how many items do we sell per quarter? That's a little different. So to do that, I'm going to do equals, sum, press tab to open up my parentheses, and select from D4 to D9. And when I press enter, it gives me the total items that I sold for quarter one. Now I don't want to have to do that for quarter two, quarter three, and quarter four. So very similar to the way we used AutoFill by clicking and dragging down, we can also use AutoFill across by clicking and dragging across. And look at that, it works perfectly. So now what we're going to do is take a look at our average items sold. So the average items sold is going to use an entirely different function. It's known as the average function. So we can do equals and start typing out average, and you'll see it in the list. You can either click on it, or if it's already highlighted in blue, you can press the tab key to open up the parentheses. Very similar to the sum function, we're just going to select what we want to average. We want to average from D4 to D9. So I just click and drag to select those and press enter. And we now have the average items sold. And of course we can drag and look at that. Now if some of you do get, because sometimes this happens, if some of you do get some decimal places, that's okay because it's averaging it. If you don't like the decimal places, like me personally I don't, remember you can select those numbers, go to the Home tab, and inside of that Home tab, go over to the Number command group and just simply decrease the number of decimals you have. You can either increase them or decrease them. I'll just decrease them and get whole numbers. I also want to get the minimum items sold and the maximum. And you've probably guessed what functions I'm going to use. I'm going to use min and max. So same as always, we're going to start off with an equal sign. Type in the function we want min. Press the tab key to open up the parentheses. And select from D4 to D9. And when we press enter, it's going to tell us 118, which makes sense because if we look at this list of numbers here, what's the most minimum number? 118. And then we'll just simply autofill. We'll do the same thing for max. We'll do equals max. Press the tab key to open up the parentheses and select from D4 to D9. Press enter. And we get the maximum number out of that list, which would be 658. And then autofill. Now, if you're wondering, Joe, how am I supposed to remember or even find out which formulas or functions to use? There is an amazing resource online. You can just type out all of the Microsoft functions available to me, and it will lead you to Microsoft's page where they have every single function, and they're all laid out with examples. Or we actually have every single function a little short video on it on our channel here. So feel free to stop this video and go watch a couple of those as well. But as you can see here, we now have a great report. We have our total items sold, our average items sold, and our min and max. We've actually been using AutoFill for a little bit now. We've used AutoFill to autofill our function here, and we used AutoFill to autofill our formulas here, and then we even saw that we can use it going across here as well. But that's not only what AutoFill does. It doesn't only work with formulas or functions. There's actually more to it. So what we're going to talk about right now is how we can use AutoFill command to complete a series of values. I'm going to scroll away from our yearly report for a moment, and feel free to do the same thing. And let's talk a little bit about what AutoFill can do for us. See, AutoFill can work wonderfully by just copying a pattern. But there's a little more to it too. For instance, if I just type in a 1 here, and I go to AutoFill, it will just repeat that 1 over and over and over again. What we can do instead is right next to it, if I put a 1 and I hold down the control key and I autofill, so I'm going to hold down the control key on my keyboard and then click and drag, instead of just repeating 1 over and over again, it will actually put it in sequential order, which is great. So if you just do a 1 and do a regular autofill, it'll repeat the 1s. If you hold down the control key and you do autofill, it will do sequential order. We can also follow more patterns in numeric ways. For instance, if I put in a 2 and then I put in a 4 and I highlight the 2 and the 4, I'm telling autofill, hey, I want to go by 2s. 2, 4, 6, 8. And now if I autofill, it does it for me. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You can do that with all of them. Put a 3 and a 6. Highlight both of them. You want to make sure to highlight both, otherwise you might go like this and just replace it with 3s. You want to highlight both the 3 and the 6 and then autofill. We can also use autofill with dates, which is pretty awesome. Let's do a date. I'll say, let's do something like that. And if I double click here, my autofill will put it in sequential order. People do ask me sometimes, Joe, is there a way that we can just repeat the same number? They might be doing like a sign-in sheet or something like that. You can. If you just type it out and you hold the control key and do autofill on a date, it repeats it. We can also use autofill for items. If I type in Joe 1 and then I autofill, it'll go Joe 2, Joe 3, Joe 4. We could have done that with weeks, week 1. Or we could have done that with our quarters. So instead of writing out QTR 1 and then QTR 2, we could have just done this. Pretty awesome. So you have ways to just repeat itemized as well. And then for series of values, we can also do categorical months. We can either do the abbreviation of January and autofill, and you'll see Jan, Feb, March. Or we can do non-abbreviated January. We can also do weekdays, abbreviated, or non-abbreviated. And those are just built into the system. So not only is autofill really awesome when it comes to formulas and functions, we can use it for dates, numeric values, categorical values. And I'm going to take a moment just to delete this out and just scroll back up to our yearly report. Now that our Cup of Joe's yearly report is coming together, what we want to do next is come up with some taxes because, well, we have our total sales and now we have to pay the taxes on it. The first thing I'll do is create a header called taxes. And up top, I'm going to create, let's do here, the tax rate. And I'm just putting that in I1. And then for the tax rate itself, we'll put it in J1. Let's do 7.25. And you can actually use the percent symbol by holding down the Shift key and pressing 5 on your keyboard. What we're going to do is create a formula to just simply take the total sales, and we're going to use our asterisk symbol and multiply it by that tax rate. And that will give us how much we owe in taxes for those sales. So always remember, we use an equal sign for any calculation formula or function. For this formula, I'll take, for Original Coffee, their total sales. That's going to be I4. And we're going to multiply it by J1. And when we press enter, that gives us our 480 and 10 cents. Now we know that we've been using AutoFill, and I haven't really discussed this yet, but if you've noticed in all of our AutoFill, for instance, going back to total items sold, we see here that we did the sum of D4 through G4. So it's just totaling up these four numbers. And then if we went down, it went D5 to G5, D6 to G6, D7 to G7, and so on and so forth. And that's known as relative cell reference. It's relative to the cells before it, and that's what creates the pattern. The problem is that's not going to always work for us when we do autofill. Here's a great example of this. Let's say that I click into J4 and I do that I4, right, the total sales, multiplied by the tax rate that's in J1. When I press enter, it works perfectly. But if I decide later on that I want to use autofill instead of doing each one by itself, you're going to notice that we do not get exactly what we want. And that's because if we look at these, this one's saying, hey, you're taking I4 times J1. That works beautifully. But the next one is taking I5 times J2. Oh, I see what's happening. It's actually using relative reference. It's following the pattern. I4, J1, I5, J2. I bet the next one's I6, J3. Let's take a look. I6, J3. So it's trying to follow a pattern, but in this case, we don't need a pattern. What we need to do is take each of these and multiply it by the same cell, which is J1. We need the J1 not to move. And that's where absolute cell reference is introduced. Absolute cell reference will lock a cell so it doesn't move when you autofill. Now, how do we create absolute cell reference? Well, let's delete all of that nonsense there. Click back in, and you'll see I4 times J1. Absolute cell reference the J1, we can do it two ways. We can either use a keyboard shortcut, which comes in handy because I personally don't like doing absolute cell reference, or you can just simply manually input $signs. These are known as anchors, but if you look at them, they kind of look like handcuffs. You're pretty much locking up that J1 so it doesn't move. You put a $sign always in front of the column and in front of the row. So now we've handcuffed J and 1, or we put the anchors on J and 1. And when we press enter, we get the same result. The only difference now is that when you click and drag, look at that. Because now if we look, it's I4, which is relative, J1, which is absolute, I5, J1, I6, J1. The I column changes because that's a relative reference, but the J column stays the same, and the row column, right, the J1 will always stay the same. And then we have I7, J1, I8, J1, I9, J1. But there is a quicker way. And I actually like this way because, like I said before, I don't really like putting the dollar signs in. So let's say that we're doing this formula again. So what we're going to do is put in our I4, multiply it by our J1, and this time what we're going to do is we're going to take the J1 and we're going to absolute reference it, but using the keyboard shortcut. And that keyboard shortcut is going to be F4. Now, when I say F4, I don't mean actually clicking on your F key and then clicking on the 4. I actually mean the function 4 key. You'll notice that at the top, you have function keys from F1 to F12. And what I want to do is I want to click on F4. Now, if you are using a laptop, you may need to hold the Fn key, which can be found in the bottom left-hand corner next to your control key, and then click on the F4. So I'm just going to put my cursor next to either the J or the 1, wherever you want. And then I'm going to use F4, and you'll see it puts in the dollar signs for me. That's a lot easier than doing them manually. And now I can press enter. I can click and drag. And there we go. That looks amazing. Now that we've done all this great work on making Cup of Joe's yearly report, the next thing we may want to do is save. Now, as I said before, the great thing about 365 is that it autosaves, but you do have to turn that on. So if you go to the top left-hand corner here, you'll see autosave, and you can turn that on. And if you don't see it, always remember you can click the little drop down and you can customize your quick access toolbar, and you'll see automatically save there. So you can either remove it or you can use it. Now you can save the old-fashioned way by clicking on that purple floppy disk or even using Control+S. But with 365, you don't have to worry about saving if you turn on autosave and you choose whichever cloud storage system you want. You can either sign into OneDrive or you can use the OneDrive that I'm already signed into. And then I'll click X. I can also just simply save or save as this way as well. And what I want to do is just simply save the old-fashioned way. If you did want to try out autosave, you're more than welcome to. Just remember you do have to sign in to your OneDrive. Or if you're already signed into OneDrive, just click on it. So I'm going to click save. And let's call this Cup of Joe's yearly report. Or you could just call it Training with Joe, whatever you like. You'll choose a location, whether you want to choose your document, your OneDrive, your desktop, and I'm going to put it right here in my desktop here, and I'll click save. And there we go. I've now saved this. Now, anytime I click on that save function or use Control+S, what happens is it will save it to that location under that name, Cup of Joe's yearly report. Now, besides being able to save a workbook, we can also share a workbook. And that's something that's huge in 365 because it allows for real-time collaboration, which means 2 or 3 or even 4 or 5 people can be in a workbook at once. This works really great, especially if you're not in the office, or maybe you find yourself in a hybrid setting where sometimes you're remote or sometimes you're in person. To actually share this, you'll go up to the top right-hand corner and you'll see 2 things, comments and share. We're going to talk about comments in our next section, but for now, let's click on share. When you click share, you can either get a quick link to the sheet, and then you can take that link and you can choose if they are going to edit this with you or just view it. Or you could click the share to get more options. Whether you want to share this via OneDrive, which is your cloud storage system, maybe you just simply want to attach a copy instead of this report in an Excel workbook or a PDF. Just note that if you attach it as a copy instead, you will not be able to do that co-collaboration in real time. You can only do that if you actually share this. Now, if I do click share and I link it and I use my OneDrive, I'm going to upload to my OneDrive real quick, make sure it saves the copy, and now it says that there's a link copied and anyone with the link can view this. If I go into my settings, maybe I don't want people to just be able to view this. Maybe I want them to be able to, well, actually work on it with me. So I can change it from just viewing this to edit so they can make changes with me. And then I can choose to put an expiration date on this link, or even set a password for extra security. Once I'm done, I can click apply, and then just simply share the link. As we can see, sharing can be very beneficial in Microsoft 365, especially with code collaboration and real-time editing in the same worksheet at the same time is huge. But what happens if you're not going to be in the same worksheet at the same time, but you're both going to be still working on the same worksheet? Well, there's a way to do that. Comments. Leaving each other's comments when you share a worksheet will allow the other person to know exactly what you want them to do or what was done. You can find comments in the Review tab under the Comments command group, or you can go to the top right-hand corner and you'll see comments here. They both do the same thing. All you have to do is just click into a cell where you want to leave a comment. Maybe I want to talk about original coffee and say maybe we should up the price. I'll click on New Comment and I'll open up this little dialog box. What I love about comments is they've come a long way. We can now use @mentions, which are little notification tags. I could say something like, hey, and then @mention anyone from my organization. Maybe I'll @mention my buddy Faz. Hey, @Faz. And then I can even assign Faz something to do. So I'll say assign Faz a task, and I'll say, can we please update the pricing? And I can enter that in. Now Faz would get a notification because we're going to grant Faz access, and we'll share and notify them that we have something to do. Now you don't always have to mention somebody. Instead, what you can do is just say, hey, Faz, because I know Faz will just be in this worksheet with me. Then I could say, please change the pricing. Then I'll click send, it'll send it off, and then when Faz comes in here, Faz will see the comment and can reply. Already did. And we can see who wrote the post, who replied to it, and we can even make edits, or if they actually already did change the price, we can resolve this thread and checkmark it and say that Faz actually did this. And then later on, we can also delete it or even reopen it. Now that our yearly report is coming together great, I want to add a little bit more to it. I want to add some notes section where we have the date and the notes. In order to do this, I'm going to have to insert more rows and columns. Now there are rules when it comes to rows and columns. If you're going to insert a column, it's always going to go to the right of wherever you're selected. And when we're inserting a row, it's always going to go above where you're selected. So, for instance, if I want to add another row here so that there's not just 2 rows between this data and this data, I can do that by clicking on row 12. I'm actually going to click on the 12, and I can right click, and I can insert, and it'll insert a row right above. Now I have 3 rows separating these 2 data sets. If I want to add, let's say, my notes section to the left of all of this, well, then I'm going to have to select column A, because remember, when you select a column, it goes to the left of wherever you're inserting. So I'll select column A, right click, and choose insert, and it inserts 1 column. But what happens if I want to insert like 2 or 3 columns? Well, you're more than welcome to, but I see a lot of people do something like this. Right click, insert, right click, insert. We've now done the same thing 3 times, and that could be quite tedious to do. Instead of doing that, there's a better way. I'm now going to select these 3 columns, right click, and delete it. Instead of just doing one at a time, where we right click and we insert, you can actually insert as many rows or as many columns as you want. You just have to choose how many you want. Let's say I want 3 columns going to the left. I'm going to select C, B, A. I now have 3 columns selected. I'll then right click and choose insert. And instead of inserting one column, it's going to insert 3 columns. How great is that? So you can insert as many columns and rows as you want at once. You don't have to just do one at a time. Now that I have this, I'm going to just create a date and a note section. And the note section will probably be a little bigger here, something like that. I'll zoom out by 1, and this is going to look great. So try practicing inserting many rows or inserting many columns, or if you just need 1 or 2, just insert 1 or 2. Now that we've added our date and note section, you'll notice that our Cup of Joe's yearly report title has been pushed over into column D. And really, I want this title to still be in column A. So to do that, we're going to utilize what's known as cut, copy, and paste. Cut means to move an item. Copy means to copy the item and then move it. And paste means to take whatever you just cut and copy and paste it wherever you want. So we can do this a couple of ways. First off, if you go to the Home tab, this is where you will find Cut, Copy, and Paste in the Clipboard command group. You'll see scissors icon, that means cut, copy, and then you'll see paste. So if I just want to simply use those, I could select Cup of Joe's yearly report, click on the scissors to cut it from column D, and you'll see it has a little bit of a border here. And then I can click where I want to paste it and click paste. And look at that, it moved it immediately. Now, of course, you could just simply use these buttons here, but if you hover over these buttons, you'll notice each one has a keyboard shortcut. Cut is Control X, copy is Control C, and paste is Control V. Now, the way that I remember these is if we look at Control and X, just think of X like scissors. That's going to be your cut. Control and C, just think of C as copy. And Control and V, I think of that as paste because it looks like the tip of a glue bottle. So these work really well as well. And if we select, let's say, Cup of Joe's yearly report, I use Control X and then Control V. Look at that, it still moves it. If you want to try to copy, you can also use Control C, Control V to paste it. And you'll see it just makes a copy instead of moving it. So you can use those, or there's a third way, and this is one of my favorite ways. We can copy or paste things, or cut or paste things, by not using keyboard shortcuts or by using the buttons. You'll notice that when we select a cell, each cell then has a green border around it. And if you take your cursor and you hover over that green border, your cursor is going to change from that white cross-haired cursor to a pointer with 4 arrows. That's indicating that we can now move this by just simply clicking and dragging. And we can click and drag data wherever we want. We just have to hover over that border, wait for that pointer with the 4 arrows, and then we can click and drag. And that's the same as moving something. Or if we want to make a copy of it instead, we can do the same thing except when we're moving it, hold down the Control key, and we can create instant copies, holding down the Control key and clicking and dragging from the border. So you can move massive amounts of data. Maybe I want to move all of this. I can select it all and then just move it over. How cool. So take a moment and try out all those different ways to move or even to copy data. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about how we can take this spreadsheet and make it into a beautiful looking format. Our worksheet is very functional. We see here that we have many formulas, we have many functions in here, and it doesn't look too horrible. The only thing I would say is that I don't like just how black and white it is. It's very boring looking. And what I want to do is I want to add formats. Now, if you remember, we did formats before when we were working on the pricing, and we decided we wanted to make it look like a currency. Formatting in Excel simply means we're changing the cell's appearance. So I want to change the cell's appearance. Maybe I want to make this cell look more like a title, Cup of Joe's Yearly Report. Or maybe I want the note section to look more like notes. Or maybe I want my headers to look more like headers. It's really up to you. Now, there's two ways that we can do formatting. We could just format the data. For instance, I can come up here to my tax rate, and I can go over to my Home tab and go to the Font command group and find all of my different formatting options. Whether I want to change the font, or change the font size, or bold it, or maybe italicize it, or underline it, or add a border to it. I can change the font color, or even the cell color. I can do whatever I like here. Maybe I want this to be red, so I'll click on the red font color, and you can choose from so many different colors. You'll see if you hover over these colors, it actually gives you a preview of what it will look like. I want the red. Okay, that looks great. But what happens if we don't really know what colors we want to use? Well, the good news is that Microsoft pre-created a bunch of styles for us. And those styles are just a combination of all of these different commands here. We can find these styles if we go over to the Home tab, go over to the Styles command group, and you'll see something called Cell Styles. Now, if yours looks a little different than mine, you might see it more looking like this, and you'll see this part. And you can click on the little bottom tab here to get the rest of it. Or if yours does look like mine, you just click the drop down and you'll see everything that they've created. So for the Cup of Joe's Yearly Report, I want that to look more like a title. And if I click on my cell styles, they actually have a title. How awesome is that? And look, it now looks more like a title. And that's exactly what I'll do. I'll use the title style. So I'm going to click on Cell Styles and choose Title. They even have headers. So I'm going to select all my headers here, click on Cell Styles, and choose Heading 3. That looks really great. And I like the little blue line that it has. You don't always have to use Cell Styles though, you can still use your own technique. So if I want, like let's say original coffee, maybe I want all of that to be, oh, that's a nice blue. I like the blue. It's a blue accent, lighter 60%. So I'll use that one. Or if you do like cell styles, you can use those. They do have a really cool cell style. I'm just going to take a look here. I'm selecting all of this area, and they have a cell style called Notes. It makes it look like a little note section. You can add in some dates if you want. I'll add in like 9/17/2023. And remember, we can use that autofill to fill in a series of values. That looks good. Maybe add a note, order extra for holidays. I don't know, I'm making it up. I'll make that a little bigger. We can add in more. Let's say we want to use these cell styles. There's a cell style for input, which means you input the data here, and then it outputs data. And really, this is our input because if we change anything here, this whole ledger is now automated because of the formulas and functions we used before. So if I decide to delete all this, then all of this will be affected. How awesome. So anything we put in here will then output here. So let's do that. Let's actually say that I want all of this to be the input. And I want all of this to be the output. And then you can choose anything you like down here. Choose your own customization. I'm going to go with a cell style called calculation, but you can use whatever you like. And now look at this. This spreadsheet is colorful. It's really awesome looking. And you can even have logos in here, or if you have a certain company theme that you need to follow, you can use those colors. But I think this looks really great. We now have a fully completed worksheet. And this worksheet is going to work for us for years to come. We can, every single year, just simply wipe out our quarter 1 through quarter 4 data, just like that. And now look, the next year we can start putting in our data. And it will start to calculate how many total items we sold, the total sales we made, and how much tax we need to pay on it. And if we ever need to change the tax rate, we can go to the top and simply change it, and it will update our taxes. So if I put 9.00, how awesome is this? So we now have a fully functional sheet. The thing is that right now, the pricing that we're looking at is only for 2023. And this yearly report can go on for 2024, 2025, and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do is we're going to just simply rename this sheet 1. Now you'll remember from the beginning of the course when we went over the interface that we automatically get a sheet called sheet 1, but we can rename it. There's 2 ways to rename this sheet. We can either right click on the sheet and choose rename, or an easier way is to just double click on the sheet, 1, 2, and it'll put it in editing mode. And I'm going to name this sheet 2023. Now that I have that, we can add more sheets. But if we do just add a sheet, it's going to be blank. And that's not what I want. I actually want this exact same sheet. So we need to make a copy of it. And in order to do that, there's 2 ways. We can either go the long way, which would be right-clicking, going to move or copy, choosing the sheet, selecting create a copy, and clicking OK. And yeah, that works, but once again, that took a lot of steps. Instead, we can actually be quicker. We could just simply select the sheet we want to copy, hold down the Control key, and click and drag it over. Instant copy. Hold down the Control key, click and drag it over. Instant copy. How cool is that? Now all we have to do is rename the sheets by double-clicking. I'll call this one 2024, 2025, and 2026. We can reorganize these as well. If I want to move 2023, all you have to do is just click and drag it over. So now we have a bunch of sheets dedicated to each year of our data. Now we're not done yet because we do still have a lot of data in 2024, 2025, and 2026. And well, that data just doesn't exist. That's just a copy of the old data. So what we can do is we can clear out not only the data, but also the notes section as well. And I want to do it for all of them at once. Because if we go into 2024 and we want to delete all the data, we'll then have to do that 2 more times for each other year. Instead, we can actually group the worksheets together. And when you group worksheets together, that allows for you to make multiple changes on the same sheet going across the board. So for instance, if I make any changes to 2024 sheet, it will affect 2025 and 2026. All I have to do is group them. So I'm going to select 2024, hold down the Control key, click on 2025, hold down the Control key, click on 2026. And you'll see that it starts to group them together. Once they're grouped, delete what you don't want. I don't want any of the dates or the notes, so I'll press delete. And I don't want any of the inputs here. And now you can click away from the grouping, So 2023 still has all of the data, but if we go to 2024, nothing. 2025, nothing. 2026, nothing. So we affected all the sheets together. It's pretty often that we're going to share this sheet with somebody else. Maybe it's our higher ups, or maybe it's an inventory person, maybe a CEO. And what I need to do is I need to get it ready for them because they don't look at this data like I look at it. I'm looking at everything here, my notes, my items, my pricing, how many items we sold, taxes, tax rate, and even a little report on our averages, our min or max. But maybe my CEO doesn't like this view. Maybe all my CEO wants to see are the items and the total sales. So how do I do that? How do I show them a view without affecting mine? Well, we're going to learn about creating custom views. But before we can learn about custom views, we need to learn about how we can hide rows and columns. To hide a row or a column, it's quite simple. All you have to do is just simply right-click on a row, and you'll see that you can hide it. Or if I want to right-click on a column, I can hide it. And it doesn't delete anything, it just hides it. So you'll see it goes from row 10 to 12, it's hiding 11. Or it'll go from column C to E, hiding column D. Now to unhide it, you would just simply right-click and unhide. But I will be honest, sometimes you'll click on hide and it doesn't work. And you have to be really specific on where you click, and then it'll work. So it does get a little tedious to hide or unhide things. So what I'm going to do here is, now that I know a little bit more about hiding or unhiding rows, we will then talk about creating custom views. So for our custom views, I like to always create an original view first. That way I don't have to worry about unhiding anything, because as I just showed you, unhiding can be a little tedious. So the first thing we're going to do, since we're talking about custom views, is go over to the View tab. That's where it's going to live. Now, if you are in the View tab and your custom views is grayed out, it could be because you have your worksheets grouped. If you're grouping worksheets, for instance, if I hold down the Control key and I group this, you'll notice that my custom views grays out. You can only create a custom view per worksheet. So you want to be sure that you're not on any groupings and you're back on the 2023 worksheet. Now that you have that, you'll see custom views is available. We're going to click on custom views right now, and it's going to pop up this dialog box where we can add an original view. I always recommend starting with the original view because it allows for you to not have to unhide anything. So when you click on custom view and it pops up this dialog box, you're going to click the add button. Once you click on that add button, you'll then be prompted to name your view. And I'm going to call it original view. And all it's doing is it's taking a snapshot of the way it is right now. And I'll click OK. And now we have an original view. Now we're going to create our CEO's view. Now we remember what I said in the last section. Our CEO just simply wants to do items and price and the total sales. They don't want to see anything else here, not the tax rate, not the taxes, none of this report, and none of this as well. So I'm going to hide it. I'm going to select A, B, and C. I'm going to right click and I'm going to click hide. Be sure to click hide and not delete. Delete will delete the data and you won't get it back. Hide will just simply hide it. Now that that's hidden, I'll select rows 13, 14, 15, 16, right click and hide. I'll select G, H, I, J, K, right click and hide. And I'll select the taxes, right click in column M, hide, and then column 1, hide. So now we're only looking at what my CEO likes to look at. Now we can click on custom views, and we're going to add this view by clicking add again. And we're going to call it CEO view. And when I click OK, I now have two custom views. If you click on custom views again, we have our original view, which we can now show by clicking on show. Brings back everything. Or if my CEO walks in, I can click and do a CEO view, which only shows what my CEO wants to see. So I no longer have to just hide the data and then unhide the data. With custom views, I can quickly switch between both views that I've created. Cup of Joe's yearly report is pretty much done. The last thing that I may want to do here is click into the Review tab and actually review my worksheet. There's some great commands here, whether you want to check spelling, look at a thesaurus, look at some of the workbook statistics like how many cells are filled out, how much data you have, or even check accessibility. You can also use Smart Lookup to look up things you may not know about, or even translate any of your text. At this point, I'm going to check my spelling. Now, before I check my spelling, I'm going to make some spelling errors here. I'm going to take the E out of items. Let's take the E out of price. And let's also let's do latte and see if they pick that up. Now that I have this, I'm going to use my spell check by clicking on spelling, and you'll see right away it pops up this dialog box and says, "Oh, you spell items wrong." So I'll select the suggestion and click change. It'll say, "Joe, you spelled price wrong." Select the suggestion and click change. It'll say, "Did you mean latte or lotte or latte?" So this suggestion is 3 down, and then I can change. It'll say, "Joe, you're great, you're good to go." Yes, and I'll click OK. But sometimes you do have to be a little careful when it comes to spell check. Let's say, for instance, that I spelled sold wrong, and I put sold, and then I go to spell check. It'll still tell me that I'm good to go, even though I spelled sold wrong, because SOLE is in the dictionary. So it's always good, even though spell check is here, to double check your work. So I just like to run through, check, and say, ooh, I'm missing the D from sold. So even though we do have spell check as an option, it's always good to double check. Also, you can go and, let's say I don't know what a croissant is. I can go to Smart Lookup, give it a click, and it will bring up an article on croissants. What is a croissant? It's a buttery, flaky pastry. Or maybe I have croissant in another type of file. It'll pull up all the files where I have croissant. How awesome is this? It'll even give me pictures, how we can pronounce it. So I really do like the tools in the review tab that we have. You can also look up your workbook statistics. End of sheet is M16, that's the last piece of data. Cells with data, 102. Are there any tables? No, there's 34 formulas. It has a lot of great statistics. We're now done with our Cup of Joe's yearly report. And at this point, you may want to either share this report or print this report. If you decide that you want to print the report, you can always go to the File tab, and in the File tab, go to the Print section. Now, once you click on Print, you may notice that not everything's going to fit on the page. So there's a couple of things we can do to change that. Whether we want to change the orientation from portrait to landscape, or if we want to go to scaling, where we can fit everything on one page. And that works well for us. We can now print this either to an actual printer, or you're more than welcome to print it to a PDF. Before we actually print them, I do want to add a couple of things here. Wouldn't it be nice if we could add our company logo to the top here, or maybe what the name of the worksheet is, or even a page number at the bottom? We can do that by going over to our little back arrow, heading back to our original interface here, and then going over to our View tab. And inside of that View tab, we're going to click on Page Layout. This is where we can add a bunch of stuff to our pages. Whether we want to add some headers or footers, maybe over here, I want to add, and I'll click into the left section, and it'll give me options for header and footer. And maybe I want to add, let's say, the sheet name. So I'll click on Sheet Name, and now that will say 2023. And over here, I may want to add a company logo. I can click into the right section, go back to Header and Footer, and choose Picture. Once I click on Picture, it'll prompt me to either search for a picture or get one from my File, Explorer, or even look at my OneDrive, my cloud storage system. I'll click on From a File, and there's me, and I'm just going to choose Learn its logo and click Insert. Now, if you click away, you'll see how big it is, and well, that's too big for my worksheet. It's not going to look good. I do want to make it a little smaller. If you click into the picture section here and go back to header and footer, you will notice that we do have picture formatting options. So I can format this picture, which means change the appearance of it, and make it a little smaller. Instead of the scaling being at 100%, I'm going to scale it down to about, let's do 30%. I think that will be good. Once I click on 30%, the width will change too, and I can click OK. And now when I click away, that is perfect. I'm going to go towards the bottom of this as well, so I'll just click and drag down, and I want to add a footer. As you can tell, this is called the header because it's, well, the head of the page, and this is called the footer because it's at the foot of the page. I'm going to add a footer in the middle here, and for this one, I'm going to add the page number. Now that I've added everything that I want, I can go back to the original view. You can click on View, and then go to Normal. Once I click on Normal, it'll bring me back. Then I can go back to File, Print, and look at this. We now have our number, the page name, and our logo. And I think this looks great. We can now print this as a PDF. I'll click the drop down, print to PDF. We'll click Print. And then we can choose where we want to print this. I'm going to put it on my desktop, and I'll call this Fun with Joe. I'll click Save, and there we go. It is now saved, so I can minimize this, go over to Fun with Joe, and it is now a PDF. This looks great. We may need to fix up a little bit of the Learn It logo, but other than that, we have now printed our Cup of Joe's yearly report. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope you really enjoyed this course and you got a lot out of it. Hello everyone and welcome to Excel 365 Intermediate. My name is Joe Patty and we're going to get into some amazing topics today, talking about more of the intermediate skills within Excel. Our first topic for today is going to be creating tables. So open up the exercise file and navigate to the Creating Tables worksheet. You can also use our left and right arrows right over here, or give a right click to navigate through the different worksheets. So if I right click on those left and right arrows at the bottom left-hand corner, it'll open up what's known as the Activate box. The Activate box will showcase all the worksheets we're working with today. And we're going to be using Creating Tables as our first one. Now, tables are one of my favorites in Excel because they allow for us to add extra features to our data sets. You'll see here that I have some simplistic data. We have the employee information list, and in this list, we have topics like employee ID, last name, first name, department, email, their phone extension, what location they work in, when they were hired, and what their pay rate is. Now, of course, this is a great data set. This is a well-defined list of data where we have headers, We have some sort of ordering system with the employee ID. There's no missing data or spaces between our data. So this is a well-defined list of data. But there's a couple of things that could be better. For instance, readability. Everything kind of looks the same and I can't differentiate between each row. Or if I scroll down, how many of you have ever done this? And it's okay if you have. You're scrolling through the data and you're like, wait a second, what is this number? And you got to scroll back to the top. Oh yeah, the pay rate. Or you scroll down again and you're like, wait a second, what is this number? Scroll back to the top. Oh yeah, phone extension. We tend to forget what data we have, especially if we have massive amounts of data. Taking this data and turning it into a table will help with that. It allows for us to lock our headers to our columns, and it also allows for alternating rows, right? So we'll be able to read our data a lot better. The first thing we need to do to turn this to a table is select all our data. And to select all our data, there's two ways to do it. You can either just simply click and drag on your data, but then sometimes I scroll and I go too far, or maybe I go too fast. So what I like to do is just simply use the Control key plus A for all, right? You're selecting all the data. So just simply click somewhere in the middle of your data, use Control A, and it'll select all of your data. Once you have all your data selected, you can then go up to the top to the Insert tab. And inside of the Insert tab, over in the Tables command group, this is where you'll find the Table command, where we can take this data and transfer it into a table. I'm going to click on Table, and it's going to pop up this dialog box. It's going to say, Joe, where's your data? Well, I already have the data selected, so I'm good to go. And it's going to ask me if my table has headers, which it does. So I'll click OK, and now I have a table. Now you'll notice right away on my table, there's alternating colors for the rows. So that allows for me to differentiate between the rows, and it allows for readability increase. Not only that, I do notice that we also have filters. So we have our drop-down filters, and we'll talk more about filters coming up in our next section, but it's good to know that we can quickly organize our data any way that we like, sorting, or even use text filters or filter what we want to see, and that comes right away with the table. Now, if you don't like the filters on there, no worries. We do have table design tools where we can turn that filter button off, and when we click on it, we no longer have the filters there. So we do have a lot of options when it comes to working with our table, whether we want to turn things on or off. If you don't like those banded rows or banded columns, or maybe you want to make the first column look different or the last column look different, or turn off your headers. You can do so by just simply clicking on each one and seeing what it does. Maybe we're reading our data the other way. Last name or first column. We can also quickly change the color of our table. Not only that, but if you remember before, I told you that it locks our headers to the top. So if I scroll through my data, and you have to make sure you're clicked into your table, I can now say, what's this? Oh, it's the pay rate, because it locks our headers to the columns. Now I know that this is the phone extension, location, and I can scroll back up. Now another thing about tables is that anytime you create a table, you do get those table design tools. If you click away from the table, you may not see the table design tools up top. You need to essentially click on the table to see those tools available to you, and then you can click on them. Those are known as contextual tabs. If you don't like the table, you can always convert it back to a range by clicking on Convert to Range. You can name your table if you want to. You can remove duplicates from your table, insert slicers, which is another type of filter, or even do external table data reports. So you can export this information to, let's say, a SharePoint list or a diagram in Visio. One of my favorite things about a table, though, is the total row. If you go to the Table Design tab and you click on Total Row, it will add a row to the bottom of your data that totals up the pay rate. But there's so much more that we can do in analyzing a table. Not only can we just look at the total, but if we click on it, we could click the little drop down and choose to look at the minimum or the maximum or maybe the sum. And not only can we do it for the pay rate, but we can do it for any of our columns here. So maybe I want to count how many hire dates I have, and I'll select count, and it looks like 37. So that's really nice, or I could say none again. We can analyze our data, and once we're done analyzing the data, we can turn off the total row. Another thing about tables that is important is that they expand. So anytime you want to add a new entry here, it will automatically expand the table for you. This helps, especially if you're dealing with pivot tables or any other analysis for your data sets. It will automatically expand the table and include that new data. Our next topic we're going to be talking about is flash fill. It's one of my favorites. Now I know it sounds like AutoFill, which follows a pattern, so flash fill actually does the same thing. It follows a pattern depending on what example we give it. For instance, if I see here we have the full names, like Derek or Ruben or Brooks, and I just simply want to grab that first name from the full name and split this entire column into two. Well, the old way of doing it used to be that we would select the data, we would go over to the Data tab, and we would use text to columns. Now, that would open up this wizard, and you'd have to go through a bunch of steps here and look at delimiters and things like that. But with flash fill, we don't have to worry about any of that. We just give an example of what we want. In this case, what do I want? The first name, Derek. So I type in Derek, I press enter, and I'm now telling Excel that's what I want to pull from that first column. I can then go to the Data tab, and inside of the Data tab, we can head over to the Data Tools command group, and you'll see this flash fill with the little lightning bolt. If you give that a click there, it's going to now fill in the rest following the example you wanted, which is the first name. So if I click on that little lightning bolt, how amazing is this? It knows to pull the first name. Now we could have done that, or we could have just used a keyboard shortcut instead. I can write Derek, press enter, and the keyboard shortcut for flash fill is going to be the control key, plus E. And if you ever want to remember that, you can go to the top and hover over flash fill, and it'll even tell you flash fill, parentheses, control E. So now that I wrote Derek, I press enter. I can now just do control E, and look at that. And I can do it for the last name too. Type in the last name, what you want, press enter, control E. Now, not only can we just pull things apart like this, but we can create our own examples. Maybe, for instance, I want the last name, comma, first initial. Or maybe I want the last name, comma, first name. It's really up to you. I'll do last name, comma, space, and I'm going to do the first initial, D. I'm going to press enter and use control E. And there we go. As long as you give it an example of what you want, it will then be able to follow that. It'll say, oh, we see what you're doing, Joe. You're splitting the last name, putting a comma, and then taking the first character from the first name. We'll do it for all of them for you. One of my favorite things is that flash fill can also recognize the difference between letters and numbers. Let's say we have model numbers and we're deciding that we want to split them. So I'm going to take the AB from the letters, press enter, and use control E. You'll see it doesn't matter how many characters long the letters are. It could be 2 or 3 or 1 or 5. It will know the difference. And we'll just put in the numbers, 1, 2, 9, 3, press enter, control E, and it'll pull the numbers as well. Not only that, we can do that for the company. Let's say we have these email addresses here, and we just want the company name. So I'll type in the company, example, press enter, control E, and there we go. Fake mail, sample, temp mail, and it will pull it straight from after the @ symbol. So it knows exactly what we're trying to do. symbol after the @ symbol, but before the period. Sorting allows for us to organize our data in a certain order. And what we're going to talk about is how sorting works. In order for sorting to work, you need two things, a header and also data. So let's say over here that I have a list of names. I'll just put name, myself, a couple other names as well. If I have a list of names, there's no difference between the header and also the data. Well, then if I go to sort this, it'll actually include name into this list of names here. So let's say we go over to the Data tab, and we go over to the Sort and Filter command group, and then I'll choose the quick A to Z to sort it alphabetically. If I use that right now, I'll click on one of the names, click A to Z. It's also going to sort in our header. And the reason it's doing this is because they don't know the difference between just our headers and our data. So we have to actually make a difference. So I'm going to undo that, and I'm just going to simply make any type of difference to this, and I'm going to choose to bold it. Once I bold it, now if I go to data and I sort this A to Z, you'll see it works perfectly, or even Z to A, because now it knows the difference between the actual data and the header. So now that we know a little bit more about that, I'll delete this out real quick. Let's actually sort our data. So I'm going to come over here and let's sort our data by last name. So I'll click on any of the last names. It doesn't really matter which one you choose. And we'll go to Data tab. And inside of the Data tab, in the Sort and Filter command group, simply choose A to Z if you want it to be alphabetically A to Z or Z to A. I'll choose A to Z. And now we're sorting all of our data by last name. Now it is important that you have some sort of original order. And the original order for me was ordering it by employee ID. If you ever need to order it by employee ID again, just click on one of the employee IDs and then choose A to Z. You'll notice that now it says sort smallest to largest or lowest to highest, because now it knows that we're selecting on a numerical value, a number. If I click A to Z, it goes back to the original order with John Smith in the beginning. Not only can we sort A to Z or Z to A, but we can sort by numbers by just simply clicking on a number. So when I hover over, it'll say sort A to Z. But if I'm on a number and I hover over, it'll say sort smallest to largest. Now let's say that I also want to sort this in a multi-level sort instead of just doing a single level sort. Most of you would think, well, let's say I want to sort by last name and then location. Can I just simply click on last name A to Z, location A to Z? It looks like it's working, but it's actually not working the way we want. If you want to do a multi-level sort, we're going to actually have to use the sort button instead of the A to Z or Z to A. This will open up a dialog box that allows us to sort in the orders that we need to. So if you click on the sort, it's going to pop up this dialog box. It's going to ask you what you want to sort by. Well, I want to sort by last name. It's going to ask you how you want to sort it. I want to sort it on whatever the cell value is. You can also do cell colors, font colors, even conditional formatting icons. But most of the time we'll use cell value. And we can choose what the order is, A to Z or Z to A. And I want A to Z. I also, after I sort by last name, then want to sort by location. So I'll click Add Level, choose Location, A to Z. Then I'll click OK. And now we're actually sorting by last name, then by location. The last type of sorting I do want to showcase is known as a custom level sort. Now the custom level sort is great when you want to customize your order. For instance, let's say that I want to sort this by day off. Well, right now I can't sort it by day off because if I use A to Z, it just does it alphabetically. Or if I do Z to A, it just does it once again, alphabetically. So what I need to do is figure out how can I make it run from Sunday to Monday. Well, in that case, you're going to click on your sort button once again, the same one we use for multi-level sorting. And once you click on it, it'll pop up this dialog box. You'll choose what you want to sort by. I want to sort by day off, so I'll select day off. And we know that A to Z doesn't work, Z to A doesn't work, so the next thing would be a custom list. Now you'll see here that when you click into custom list, you'll already have a couple of them pre-created. I actually created my own as well, like this Monday through Sunday, or Joe is cool. But you should have these ones that Microsoft pre-created for you. And we have the one that we need, Sunday through Saturday. If you ever need to create a new one, just click on New List and just write out your entries. Like if I want to sort this by building, I could do building 3, press enter, building 2, or building 1, press enter, and then building 2. And then you can just click add and it will add it as a new custom list. But we want to sort by day off, Sunday through Saturday, so I'll click the one that already exists and then click OK. Click OK, and there we go. Look how awesome this looks. And always remember, if you ever want to go back to the original order, just simply click into the employee ID and do A to Z, and it'll bring it back where John Smith is first. The sorting function allows for us to sort our data in ascending or descending order based on values in one or more columns. What I really like about the sorting function is that you do not have to affect the original data source. So let's say that we have our data here, just some simplistic data. We have the region we sold in, who our sales rep was, what product we sold, and also how many units we sold. And now what I want to do is create my headers. It's going to be the same headers that we have on our original table. You could just copy and paste them over here. And I'll click into F2, and we're going to start with the sort function. So let's put an equal sign. We'll then type out sort. We'll then tab on our keyboard. We'll open up our parentheses for us. And now it's going to ask us for 4 arguments. 3 of those arguments are going to be optional. And then the first argument is, well, what are we selecting? What are we looking at? And we're looking from A2 to D7. We'll select our data, put a comma, and it's going to ask us what is the sort index. It's basically saying, do you want to sort by region, sales rep, product, or units? And which column does that fall under? Now, instead of saying column A, B, C, or D, it's asking for an index, which is a numeric value, a number. So I want to sort this by product. So I'm going to just count 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I know that I'm sorting by the product column, which is going to be 3. If I was going to sort by region, we would put a 1 there, or sales rep 2, or units 4. So I'll just put a 3 because I want to sort by product column. I'll then put my comma. It's going to ask me, do I want to sort in ascending order or descending order? Ascending order being a 1 or descending being a -1. I'll choose ascending. I can then just press enter. And there we go. It's going to spill the results over into my other cells. And I'm now sorting this by product. Apple, then banana, then grape, then pear. And if I ever want to change which column I'm sorting by, I can always double click into F2 and just change the either ascending or descending order or the index. Maybe I want to sort this by sales rep, so I put a 2. And then maybe I want to sort this in descending order, so I would do a -1. Press enter, and there we go. When we got the sorting function, we also got what was known as the SORTBY function. And the difference is that the sorting function allows for us to sort an entire data set, where the SORTBY function allows us to sort only a certain amount of our data by another column. For instance, let's say that I wanted to sort this entire data set from sales rep and sales amount and I want to sort this based off of bonus. I can't just use my original sorting function. If I tried to, this is what would happen. If I do my sort function, it'll ask me to select the array. I'll just select these two. And then it's going to ask me what I want to sort by. I want to sort by bonus, so that's 1, 2, 3. And what order? Ascending. And when I press enter, I'm going to get an error because I need to select all the data using the sorting function. But if I use the sort by function, this will work perfectly. I'll do equals, sort by, press tab to open the parentheses. It's going to ask us our array. What are we looking at from A2 to B8? Put our comma. And what do we want to sort by? Well, we want to sort by C2 to C8. And then we put our comma. And what do we want to sort it in, ascending or descending? Let's do ascending. So I'll put a 1. When I press enter, it works perfectly. And this is because it's taking our data, which is just these two, and sorting it by this one column here. So even though the sort function wouldn't work in this case, the sort by function will work perfectly. In this data set, we have our date and we have a bunch of foods that we sell, and then how many quantity we've sold on that date. But what happens if I just want to see only what food I'm selling? Well, then I'm going to have to take a look. Apples, apples again, okay. Oranges. That could take too long. So what Excel did was they made a function known as the unique function. And the unique function removes duplicate values from a range or an array of data. So we can quickly find out what types of food we're selling and remove all those duplicates without affecting our original data set. So I'm going to put this anywhere. You can put it anywhere as well. I'll click into, let's do E3. I'll do equals, and I'm going to start typing out unique. You'll see it's right here. It'll even tell you that it returns the unique values from a range or an array. I'll press tab to open the parentheses. And all you have to do is just select which column you want to use. I'm going to select from B2 to B17. I'll then press enter, and it will return just a unique value of each. So now I know I sell apples, oranges, bananas, strawberries, blueberries, grapes, and cherries. What I really like about this unique function here is that we also have in the unique function a couple of other arguments here that are optional. For instance, we can choose by column, which will return unique columns, or it can return unique rows. Or we can do exactly once, where we can return items that appear exactly once, or return every distinct item. Maybe I want to see, is there anything that I've sold only one time in this list? So I'll do true. And when I press enter, it tells me I only sold oranges one time. The rest I've sold apples a couple times, I sold bananas a couple times, strawberries, but oranges only once. So I probably need to market oranges a little more. So unique can work two ways. It can only return things that you're looking at one time in a list that appears only once in a list, or you can use it to pull out unique values in a list. Filtering data allows you to only view the rows in the dataset that you want to see. Let's say that we're looking at this parent company payroll information dataset, and I just want to simply see how many staff I have at my department. In order to do this, I first need to turn on the filters. And we can turn on the filters by going over to the Data tab. And inside of the Data tab, we're going to head over to the Sort and Filter command group, and we're going to click on the Filter button. Now, it is important that you are selected on your headers. You don't want to select, let's say, J1, because if you do that and you click Filters, well, it'll say it can't apply. Instead, I'm going to click on, let's say, G3. And if I click Filter, then it'll place my filters nicely on each one of my columns. Now I can quickly go over to the Department column, click on the drop-down, and you'll see that right away we can start to sort our data. Or we can use text filters, Or we can just simply choose what we want to see out of our different categories here of departments. And I just simply want to look at sales. So I'll click the drop down, and I can either deselect all of them and then click sales, or deselect development, research, and staff, so that only sales is selected. Once I do that, I'll click OK. And there we go. I'm now looking at all of my sales staff. Now there's a couple of ways to know that a filter's on, but there's one sure way. If I'm looking at, let's say, the columns, you'll see here that they're all just little drop downs, except for the department. You'll see a little funnel there. And that's how I know that I'm filtering for my department column. Or if I take a look at the rows are hiding certain rows. 7, then it goes to 10, then it goes to 16, then 18, then 23. So certain things are being hidden that don't meet the criteria of sales. But the surest way to know that there's a filter on is if you go over to the Sort and Filter command group. The only time that this clear button will be available will be when you're filtering for something. If it was grayed out, that means there's no filters on. So if I click on clear to clear all the filters, it clears everything out, and now you'll see that it's grayed out, meaning you have no filters on right now. Now there's many ways to filter. We can either filter one column at a time, or we could filter many columns. Maybe, for instance, I want to see how many development staff do I have in Connecticut. So I'll go to Division, only select Connecticut, click OK. And then I'll go to Department and only select Development and click OK. And now I'm only looking at my Connecticut development staff. Now at this point, we're already analyzing the data a certain way. We're filtering for it. But if I did want to see how many employees do I actually have, you could just count them, of course. Or if you select the data, you'll see at the bottom, towards the right-hand corner here, it'll tell you that we have 9 cells that are filled with data. This is a quick way to analyze your data. So just by selecting, let's say, the word Connecticut, it'll tell me that Connecticut is run 9 times. So now I know I have 9 staff. If you select a number, however, you get more analytics here. You'll see here average, count, min, max, sum. And if I want to right click, you can add more. So if you don't see min or max, just simply select it and it'll add it to the list of analytics down here. So now I can see my average is 14, my count is 9, my min is 550, my max is 22, and my total is 128.40 for my hourly rate. So that's a quick way to analyze data, and then when you're done, you can always just go back to the top and click the clear button and clear all the filters back to the original data set. Now there's so much more to filtering though. Not only can we just use the drop-down filters, but as I said before, we can use text filters on text. So you'll see comparison operators like equals, does not equal, begins with, ends with, contains. Or if you select a date, if you click the drop down on the date filter, we have date filters. Today, last week, this quarter, last year. Or if we select a number, we have number filters. Once again, comparison operators, equal to, greater than or equal to, greater than. So there's many different ways to filter and also sort our data quickly so that we can even analyze it further. Now, while using our filters is great, not always do we have them turned on. So if I do turn them off like this, now they don't exist. Another way to turn on filters is by taking our data and first turning it into a table. We're going to take our table and turn on our filters automatically at once. So select anywhere in the data set, use Control A to select all, just like we did before. Go to the Insert tab, and inside of that Insert tab, we're going to head over to the Tables command group and choose Table. Once we do that, it'll turn this into a table, We'll click OK with the pop-up. And now you'll see we have filters automatically on here. And they work the same exact way as the filters when we didn't have a table. But besides just using these filters, some people really just don't like them. So instead we can turn off the filter button. If you remember from before, we could go to the Table Design tab. You can only get to this tab if you're selected on the table. And then you can turn off the filter button. The next type of filter that I want to talk to you about is known as a slicer. A slicer provides buttons that allow you to quickly filter your data. But the only way you can use slicers is with tables, whether it be a normal table or a pivot table, something we'll talk about later. Slicers are one of my favorite things because they make it very simple to filter the data. To create a slicer, the first thing you're going to do is go to the Table Design tab. And inside of that Table Design tab, you're going to go over to the Tools command group and choose Insert Slicer command. Once you do that, it's going to pop up this dialog box asking, well, what kind of slicer do you want? Do you want a slicer with all the first names, last names, divisions, departments? I'm actually going to create two slicers, one for division and one for department. So I'll just select those two. You can select as many as you want at once. I'll then click OK. And there we go. We now have a slicer for department, which you could click and drag around. You can use the sizing bullets to make it smaller or bigger. Click and drag this one around as well. Once we click it, I'll place it next to it, resize it. And now all you need to do to filter is click on what you want. Development. Now we're only looking at development. Research. Only research. Research and main. Now we're looking at research department and main division. And if you want to clear the filter, just simply click on the little clear icon here. Or if you want to select multiples, you can also do a multi-select feature. You could turn those on so you could select multiple things like research and staff, or Maine and New Hampshire, and pick and choose what you want to look at. Connecticut and New Hampshire. And then clear them out. So as you can see, slicers are very interactive. You don't have to worry about clicking on the little drop downs here. Now you have a completely different object where you can filter out your data. You'll see here that we have Joe's Comfy Shop. We have some simplistic data like the date, the items, the sales, the margin, and quantity. And maybe what I want to do is just subtotal everything by item. We can use what's known as the subtotal outlines. These outlines automatically calculate subtotals, and they total it up for filtered lists. So the first thing in doing a subtotal is to sort our data. And we learned about sorting data before. Let's sort by what we want to really just take a look at, which is items. T-shirts, hoodies, baseball hats. I want to see how much did I make in sales for each of these items. So I'm going to click, and then I'll go over to my Data tab. And inside of my Data tab, this is where you'll find the outline command group. And the outline that I want to use is the subtotal outline. Now yours might look like this. I just have a couple other tools here, so mine's a little squished in. But if you go to Data, this is where you'll find subtotal. Now the way that subtotal works is it goes to each item and it totals whatever we ask it to total. So right now, if we were to do this without sorting, it would do t-shirts, 274, hoodies, 108, baseball hats, it would total those up, jeans, 59, t-shirts, and then it would total those up. That's a problem. Really, I just want to see how much did I make total in t-shirts. And now we see that t-shirts are separated all over the place. That's why it's important to first sort the data before you actually do a subtotal. So click anywhere in the items data. We're going to go over to the data tab, go to sort and filter, and click on A to Z, or even Z to A. I don't mind which one you do. I'll do A to Z. Once we do that, it'll sort everything. So now what's going to happen when it subtotals is it's going to go through all of this baseball hats, and subtotal all of our sales together. So now that we've sorted this, let's all go over to the data tab, go to the outline command group, and click on subtotal. Once we do that, it's going to pop up this dialog box. It's going to say, well, Joe, at each change in what category do you want? Well, we're looking at items. So I'm going to click the drop down and choose item. I do want to summarize this, so I do want to use the sum function. Although you can do other things too, like average, max, min, product, count, or even standard deviation. But we're keeping it simple. We just want the sum. We'll then choose what we want to summarize. You can choose sales, margin, quantity, or just sales. It's really up to you. Now that I have my items, my sum, and my sales selected, I'll click OK. This is going to now create an outline where we have 3 different pages. The first page is always going to be the overview of the total, the grand total. The second page will be our breakdown that we wanted. How much did we make for baseball hats? How much did we make for t-shirts or dresses? And the third page will give us our raw data and how it broke it down to do the subtotal. So I'll click on number 1. Don't be afraid of those pound signs. That just simply means we need to make the column bigger. So we now have a grand total of 51,000. Our second page will tell us our breakdown. And it looks like we made the most in dresses. And then our third page will give us what our breakdown was. It'll say, oh, we looked at baseball hats, we stopped, and then we totaled it. We looked at dresses, and then we stopped, and we totaled it. And it'll give us the breakdown of how it did the subtotal. And there we go. We now get our grand total and each total for each category. If you don't want this anymore, and you want to go back to your original data, all you have to do is just go back to the subtotal button that's located in the Data tab, Outline Command Group, and click Subtotal. Then you'll just remove all at the bottom left-hand corner here, and it will bring it back to the original data set, just like that. One of my favorite things about Excel is that it's always trying to help you find a solution to whatever problem you're trying to solve. What we're going to talk about next is Quick Analysis Tool. The Quick Analysis Tool provides quick access to formatting, charts, totals, tables, and even sparklines based on the selected data. All you have to do is select your data. So I'll just select this data here, and right away it pops up my Quick Analysis Tool. Now on this Quick Analysis Tool, it'll give me formatting options, and if you hover over, you can quickly see what it would look like. Icon sets greater than, top 10%. We can do charts, clustered column, stacked. We can do totals, where it'll give us the sum at the bottom, or the average, or the count, or even percentages, or even tables. What would it look like as a table? Or if we want to insert some sparklines. So this Quick Analysis Tool really helps out a lot when we don't know exactly how we want to analyze our data. Working with data can be great. We can find solutions to problems, or even find problems we didn't know existed. But looking at our data, we're still looking at just the raw data, numbers. And it's easier for us to visualize things, which is why we create charts, or even use graphs or sparklines. What I want to talk about next is how we can insert a chart, which allows us to create a variety of charts to visually represent our data. What I really like about inserting charts is, once again, Excel is there to help. I'm going to select my data, And then I'm going to go over to the Insert tab. And inside the Insert tab, there is a whole command group called Charts dedicated to all the different charts that they have for us. One of the greatest features in these charts is recommended charts. What a recommended charts allow us to do is analyze our data quickly and then recommend their charts for us to use. So if I click on recommended charts after selecting my data, it'll say, well, Joe, looking at your data, a clustered column might be great, maybe a stacked column, another type of clustered column, or maybe a stacked area. And we have all different types of recommendations for us, and we can look through them and see our actual data in that chart. Now, if you don't like any of the recommendations, no worries. You can always just click on All Charts and go back to seeing all the different charts that exist. Whether you want to use stock, services, or maybe you want to do pie or bars. But I do like the recommended chart, and I actually do like this recommendation of where we can see the third one here, our quarters, and who did best each quarter. I can quickly see Isabella did the best in quarter 1, or Noah did the best in quarter 2, or Sophia in quarter 3, or even Isabella again in quarter 4. So I'll use this chart and click OK. Once it pops the chart here, I can then take this chart and click and drag it wherever I want, or even resize the chart any way that I like. Once you create a chart, the next thing to do is format the chart. Format meaning changing the appearance of it. Whether we want to add or customize things like titles, labels, backgrounds, we have those options through Chart Design tab and our Formatting tab. So we get 2 tabs that come with charting. Remember that these are contextual tabs, so if you click away from the chart, they'll disappear. You have to be selected on the chart to see both of these options. So let's go through a couple of these options here. In the Chart Design tab, we can quickly add elements, whether we want to add access titles, chart titles, data labels, error bars, or even a data table, or change the legend or a grid line, we can do so. If we don't know or we feel a little overwhelmed with these options, Microsoft did combine these options and make quick layouts for us, so we can just quickly hover over and see what would make sense for us. Besides quick layouts, we can also change the color themes or even the chart style, any way that we like. I really do like this one, so I'm going to keep this chart style, but I don't like these data labels. So I will go to Add Chart Elements, Data Labels, and just say None. And there we go. You can also switch the rows and columns. So maybe instead of just looking at each sales rep for each quarter, I can switch it so that I'm looking at each sales rep and seeing which quarter did they do the best in. Owen, quarter 1. Sophia did quarter 3. Lucas, quarter 4. Or if I want to see them against each other, I can switch again and go back. Who did the best in quarter 1? Isabella. I can change the chart type as well. So if I really don't like this chart, and I'm like, maybe I want a pie chart, you can click Change Chart Type and then choose a pie chart if you need to. You can move the chart as well, whether you want to move it to a new sheet, or maybe you want to move it somewhere else within this sheet. Now, besides being able to use chart design tools, we also get formatting tools. And this is where we can truly change every single aspect of this chart. Whether I want to change the style shapes, so that means any shape you see, including the entire chart itself, or even our chart entries here, or the chart title, which has a invisible rectangle around it, we can change them using these shape styles. Anything that has a font, however, can be changed using the word art styles. So if you want to change the color of the font, or the chart title font, or quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, or even the names of our sales reps, you can. So I'm going to actually change a couple of things. First off, I don't like my grid lines, so I'll click on them, and then I'll go to Shape Outline, and maybe I want them to be white. And I actually don't like these colors neither. Maybe I want them to be more different. This first one I like, that's a nice blue. But for the orange, I'll go to Shape Fill and just fill it with red instead. Or maybe I want this one not to be gray, maybe I want it to be green. Or maybe I want this to be purple. Or maybe gray. So you can pick and choose your colors as well. Maybe I want my chart title to look different. So I can come up here to the word art styles and change it. I like this one here, the blue accent with a shadow. I can also just change the entire color of that, like that. So you have all these different options. All you have to do is just click on what you want to affect. Maybe I want my entire background to be a different color. So I'll click on my chart, go to Shape Fill, and I can fill it with either any of these colors, or I can even fill it with a picture, maybe a company logo. I can use gradients, which means that we can have multiple colors in here. Maybe I want to do like a, oh, that looks good, darker up top, a little lighter on the bottom. Or I could do opposite, lighter up top, darker on the bottom. And if you don't like those, you can always just go to gradient and do more gradients, and you'll get a nice little pane where you can choose your own colors over here. Maybe I want this gradient to be a little more, maybe I only want 3. I want this one to be like clouds. I want this one to be more like a sky color. Maybe I want this one to be more of grass. So I'm doing a little theme here. We have the ground, we have the sky, and then we have the clouds. And look how cool that looks. And now I'll just change this. I don't like my lines anymore, so now I'll make them a little darker. We can have a lot of fun with this, and then maybe I want my text to be darker. I'll click on all of my text. As long as you remember, you can change your text by using word art styles, and you can change your shapes using shape art styles. You'll be able to really customize this any way you like. And there we go. I think that looks great. Now that we've actually formatted this chart and we have it looking the way we want to, the next thing you may want to do is save it as a chart template. Chart templates let you quickly create new charts using the same settings that you have here. So it's quite simple to save this as a chart template. All you need to do is right click on it, and then once you right click, you're going to choose Save as Template. Once you click Save as Template, it's going to open up a file explorer, and all you need to do is just name it and save it. That's it. You don't want to move the location because then you won't be able to find it. So I'm going to call it Joe's Cool Chart, click Save, and now I have a template called Joe's Cool Chart. How do we actually use this template? Well, let's use some different data. I'm going to go over to our Sparkline worksheet real quick. Now I have very different data than that sales rep data. I'll select all of this data, go over to the Insert tab, go to Recommended Charts like we did before. But this time, instead of Recommended Charts, I'll click on All Charts. And now that we see all the charts, we see templates. And there's Joe's Cool Chart, the template we just created. So I'll click on it, and I can use it for any data set now, whenever I like. And there it is. And of course, I'll just delete that out. So we've been able to create charts, we've been able to format them, and also save them as templates. Another type of thing we can do is print them. So let's go back over to the charts worksheet here. In that chart that we created from before, we can actually print this. Now there's 2 ways to print a chart. We can print it with the data. So if I click away from the chart and I go to File, Print, you'll see that it's getting cut off the page a little bit, so we might have to change it to landscape orientation. And there it is. So you can print it with the data if you wanted to. But what's really cool that Excel does for us, I'll go back here, is that if you're selected on the chart, which means you have your sizing bullets around the chart, and then you go to File, Print, it'll actually just print the chart itself, and it'll make it so that it's centered, and it'll put it automatically in landscape orientation. And it looks a lot nicer this way. So if you're selected on the chart, it'll look like this, but if you're not selected on the chart, it'll just print it with the rest of the data. Sparklines are great visualizations. They're small charts that are displayed in cells that visually represent trends in our data. Let's say that for the sales for 2023, we sold a couple of different items: t-shirts, hoodies, hats, mugs, and gift cards. And we have our sales for each quarter. Now I just simply want to see if we're trending in the right direction. Do we need to market more, or do we need to pull back on marketing and apply it somewhere else? So what I'll do is I'm going to create an F4, a header called Trends. And of course I want it to look like it's part of this table. So I'm just going to click on quarter 4 or Q4 sales, go over to the Home tab, and inside of the Home tab, in the clipboard command group, I'm going to use what's known as a format painter. And what it does is it copies the look of one thing and applies it to another. So I'm going to click on that little paintbrush and then click on Trends, and you'll see now it looks like it's part of the table. Now that I've done that, I'm going to click into F5 and I'm going to go over to the Insert tab. Inside of my Insert tab, we're going to head over to the Sparklines command group, where we have 3 different sparklines we can choose from, whether we want to choose from line or column or even win loss. I simply want to use line for this one, but just note we can change this later on. So I'm going to click on line and it'll pop up this dialog box. It's going to ask me to choose the data I want to use for the sparkline, and I'll choose for t-shirts from B5 to E5. It'll choose me where I want to place the sparkline, and I already chose F5, so we're good to go. And I'll click OK. And I'll zoom in a little bit here, and look at that. We have a nice little sparkline. Now for this sparkline, you'll notice that, of course, when we created tables or charts or sparklines, we get extra tools. And that's the same here. We have our Sparkline contextual tab. So on the Sparkline tab, we have a couple of different tools. Like we can re-edit our data, which will just pop up that same dialog box we just saw before. We can change the type of sparkline, whether we want it to be a line or a column or a win-loss, which wouldn't make sense right now. There is no negative values, but I like the line. We can show points, negative points if there were any, the low point, the high point, the first point or the last point, or just all of the points that are known as markers. Once we do that, we can choose the different style. Do we want to choose the sparkline color or marker color, or do we want to use something that was predefined by Microsoft? I'll choose for the sparkline color to be black, and for my marker colors, I want them to be, let's go with blue. I do want to say that my high point is going to be green, and my low point, I want to make that red. And now I can see that on my little sparkline. Now you might be thinking, do I really have to create a sparkline 4 more times? The good thing about sparklines is that you can autofill them. So I'm going to go over to my autofill handle. Remember, that's going to be that bottom right-hand corner square. You'll hover over it, and then you can click and drag. And look at that. I now have a trending sparkline that tells me if I need to mark it more or if I'm trending in the wrong direction. And it looks great. What we're going to be talking about next is pivot tables. Pivot tables summarize, analyze, explore, and present summary data to allow you to see comparisons, patterns, and trends within that data. You'll see here that we have the sales data for 2022-2023. We have some simplistic data, like the month the item was sold, what year, what type of item was sold, who the sales rep was, what region they sold, and how much they made in sales and how many units they sold. This is great information, but once again, there's a lot of information here. So when you're dealing with massive amounts of data, it can be hard to find solutions to problems or even find answers to questions that you have to ask about the data. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this data and transform it into a pivot table. Now the word pivot means to turn, and essentially what we're doing is we're taking this data, turning it into a table with interchangeable rows and columns. And now that they're interchangeable, we can pivot each question. Answer the question, pivot to the next. Answer that question, pivot to the next. So we can answer a lot of questions about our data using these pivot tables. The first thing we need to do is select all our data. Click anywhere in the dataset, and then use Control A. We'll then go over to the Insert tab, and inside of the Insert tab, we'll go over to the Tables command group, and we're going to choose Pivot Table. Once we click on Pivot Table, it's going to populate this dialog box. It'll ask us what data are we selecting, but we already selected it. And then it'll ask us if we want to put this in a new worksheet or an existing one. I do recommend that you put it in a new worksheet, just because if you put it in an existing one, it can mess up the data that already exists. Once we select new worksheet, we'll just simply click OK. This is going to create a whole nother worksheet here, and you'll see now we have a pivot table, even though, well, it's empty. So I'll call this the blank pivot table. We also have two new contextual tabs. We have Pivot Table Analyze tab and the Design tab, where we can further analyze our data or even design the pivot table to whatever standard we like. We do have a Pivot Tables fields pane over here to the right, and this is where we can choose which fields we want to use. And you'll see here that these fields are just simply our headers. And we can take these fields and drag them between the different areas below to build out our pivot table. Now, the way that Microsoft created this was pretty smart. See, if we look at the columns area, where do columns go? Well, the columns exist going across, like column E, F, G, H, I, J, K. And if we look at the rows, well, where do the rows exist? Well, the rows exist going down, like row 3, 4, 5. We'll say to maybe like 24, depending on how large your data is. And then we have the values. And you'll notice that in the values area, we do have a symbol for mathematics here. What typically goes into the values are numeric values, numbers. Now, of course, you can put things that are not numbers there, and what they will do is be counted. But if you put numbers here, you can then do things like average, or sum, or min, or max. So really, if we look at this, once it builds out, this is just simply a table. We also have here the filters area, where it will create a drop-down filter for us, just like the filters we learned about in earlier sections. So let's say that I take salesperson and I put them into columns. Well, it'll just simply list all the sales reps going across the columns, Andy, Julia, and Paul. If I take salesperson and I put it into the rows, well, then it'll just list the sales reps going down the rows, Andy, Julia, Paul. If I take salesperson and put it into the filters area by clicking and dragging, it'll just create a little filter with Andy, Julia, and Paul. And if I take salesperson, which is a person, it's not necessarily a number, but if I do take that and put it into the values, it'll give me a count of 164. Now you might be wondering why it doesn't say 3. Well, because if we go back to our original data set here, under the pivot table worksheet, you'll see a list of our sales reps repeated. So they made more than one sale, they made 164 sales. So that could be really important data if somebody asks you, hey, how many sales have we made? 164, real quick. If you want to remove anything, you can either deselect it here by just deselecting the check mark, or you can click and drag it from the area onto the worksheet and release. And it'll just bring back your blank pivot table. Now let's say that I want to build a report. Maybe I want to figure out how much money did I make? Something like that. I can go over to sales, since I want to see how much sales we made, and well, sales is a number, so I'll take sales and drag it into the values because that's where numbers go. And look at that, we get a total right away. Now, I don't really like the way the total looks. You can format that, and always remember to format. You can go to the Home tab, and inside of the Home tab, you could go to the number command group, click the drop down, and choose to make it look like a currency, which I'll do. And there it is. Now that I've created this, I can add more detail to this table. For instance, maybe I want to see how much each salesperson made. So I have sales here. That's where they go, right? Numbers always will go into the values. But where do I put salesperson? Columns, filters, or rows? Well, here's a huge secret. It doesn't matter. You can put them in columns. Look, Andy made 365. Julia made 503. Paul made 409. You could have took salesperson, put them in the rows. Andy made 365. Julia made 503. Paul made 409. You could have taken salesperson, put it into filters. You'll see Andy, 365, Julia, 503, and Paul, 409. The data will never change, just the look of your pivot table. You'll know when you do something weird. Let's say I took salesperson and put it into rows, and I took sales and put them into columns. Well, that's not really helping anybody out. So, as long as you remember to take your numbers, put them into values, it really doesn't matter where these other fields go. It's really up to you. Let's do another complex one. Let's say that we have sales, salesperson, but now we want to see how much did each salesperson make per region. So I'm going to go over to region and click and drag it. Once again, where do I put it? Well, who cares? Put it in columns. Look, Andy made 201,000 in Central. Now, this isn't really readable. I don't like the way it looks, but it still gives me the answer. If I want this to be a little more readable, I might take region and put it in the rows. That looks a lot nicer, and I can still see Andy made 201,000 in Central. I could also take salesperson and put it in the rows as well. I'm still getting Central, Andy, 201. So once again, the data will never change on you. It's just the look of the table. And me personally, I like something that looks like this. Pivot tables are a great way to analyze data, but we're still just looking at raw data. We're looking at a table filled with just numbers. As we learned in a previous session, charts help us to visualize data, and visualizing data helps us to really analyze it in an easier way. That's why pivot charts are going to help you to represent visually the pivot table data. And we can also take a pivot chart and have it synchronized right away with this pivot table. See, if you use a regular chart, you'll have to update that chart every single time you change your pivot table. And as you can see, we can change the pivot table quickly. For instance, maybe I don't want to look at salesperson and region, so I'll take out region, and maybe I want to see what type of items these salespeople sold. And we'll see here now how much we made in each category. So we would have to change the chart if we were to just use a normal chart. That's why pivot charts are amazing. They're automatically synchronized with the pivot table, and we can quickly access a pivot chart by clicking on our pivot table, going up to the Pivot Table Analyze tab, and inside of that Pivot Table Analyze tab, we can go to the Tools command group and choose Pivot Chart. Once we click on the pivot chart, it'll pop up this dialog box just like a normal chart, and it'll ask us what kind of chart we want to utilize. You can choose whichever one you feel comfortable with. I'm probably going to go with a column, clustered column for me, and I'll click OK. And now I have a chart. Now you'll notice a couple of differences between a pivot chart and a regular chart. First off, a pivot chart is directly synchronized with your pivot table. So any changes you make here will then update the chart. If I want to go back to looking at how many sales we made per, let's say, region. I'll take type out and I'll replace it with region. And you'll see here it updates the chart. Another thing is that you'll notice because of that synchronization, on a pivot chart, we have drop-downs where we can filter our pivot charts right away. We can quickly do so by clicking the drop-down and choosing what we want to see. Maybe I want to see Andy versus Paul. So I'll deselect Julia and click OK. And now we're looking at Andy versus Paul's data. Not only did the visualization change here, but also the pivot table itself changed. Julia is now not a part of that data set. We can quickly go back by clicking the drop-down and just clearing the filter from the salesperson. Now, just like a regular chart, a pivot chart allows us to manipulate it. Whether we want to design it a certain way, it comes with our design tools, and it also comes with our formatting tools, just like that normal chart we created before. We can quickly change any of the colors that we like, but not only that, we can also change it so that we do not include our filters. And you might be wondering, why wouldn't you want to include the filters? Well, first off, it's going to free space up on our chart. And second, we can now combine our chart, our pivot table, and slicers that we learned about in a previous section. And this will allow for us to create an interactive dashboard. So I'm going to right-click on the salesperson filter, scroll down and choose Hide All Field Buttons on Chart. And now we see more of our chart. I'll then just take that and move it around. What we'll then do is go over and click either on the pivot table or the pivot chart, whichever one you like. We'll go over to the Analyze tab. And on the Analyze tab, we'll go over to the Filter command group and choose Insert Slicer. Once we click on Insert Slicer, it works the way that it did before. We just choose our slicers. I'll choose, let's say, month, salesperson, and let's also do region. And then we'll click OK. And now we have 3 slicers. Now I'll take these slicers, I'll resize them using the sizing bullets. I'll put them over here, but you can put them wherever you like. Let's go there. And for this slicer, I don't like scrolling through. So what you can do is when you click on a slicer, remember that you have slicer tools right up top, where you can either change the style of the slicer, maybe you want to change the color of it, or you can affect the buttons. I really don't like so many buttons in one column, so I'm going to change this to a 3 or a 2. And once you affect the column section, you'll see how our slicer now updates. I'm going to go 1 more. I think that looks great. I'll just put that over here. Now what we have is an interactive dashboard. To make it look more like a dashboard, you can add some stuff like maybe you want to go to the View tab, and inside of the View tab, in the Show command group, you can turn off the grid lines. That way it doesn't look so much like Excel, it looks like a blank sheet behind you. We can insert a picture if we want to by going to the Insert tab. And inside of that Insert tab, we could go to the Illustrations command group and choose Pictures. Once you click on Pictures, you can either place a picture in a cell or over the cells. I'm going to choose to place them over the cells. And then I can choose what kind of picture I want. And I have a picture of my company logo, so I'm going to go for this device, grab my logo, and click Insert. And now I have a fun little dashboard. And all you have to do is just use the slicers to interact with both the pivot table and the pivot chart. Let's say I just want to look at central data. There we go, we're only looking at central. Or maybe I want to look at west or north. If you want to look at more than one, hold down the Control key and select. Now I'm looking at north and west. Or maybe I just want to look at Julia's data. Once I want to clear it, I just click our Clear Filter buttons, and it brings it back. So now we have the raw data, the visualization of that data, and we have a way to filter it with button slicers, and it looks really awesome. Data validation allows for us to validate the data that goes into our spreadsheets. This can really help, especially when we have other people filling out the spreadsheets and they could put in wrong information by accident. Let's say that we have this credit report form and we have a bunch of people here that need to fill this credit report form out. Let's start off with Sally. Maybe Sally doesn't really know some of the information that's going in, so Sally's probably going to just guess. Let's say Sally says, okay, what's my credit score? I don't really know it, I'll put 925. And they say, okay, date acquired. Well, I think I got it 2 days ago, so I'll just put something like this. Who was my sales rep? Well, I think it was Robbie. I remember Robbie, I'm not sure. Then they go to put their phone number in. They send this back to us. Now you'll see here that all of this data is actually wrong. I sent this today, and well, today is the 2nd. It's not December 31st. Also, I know their credit score is only going to be going up to 850, so we're going to do a 350 to 850 credit score. For the sales rep, it's not Robbie, they probably meant Robin. We have all the sales reps over here, Robin, Willard, Daryl, and Abraham. And then the phone number, they just added an extra digit, so that's why it looked like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use data validation to force them to put in the correct information. So the first thing we need to do is select to effect. We're going to select all of the credit scores, starting with B6 to B12. Once we do that, we'll then go over to the Data tab, and inside of the Data tab, we'll go over to Data Tools, and we're going to click on Data Validation, that little check mark / deny sign. Once we click on this, it'll pop up this dialog box, and it's going to say, what kind of settings do you want to set up here? Right now, from B6 to B12, any value is allowed in there. But I can click the drop down and say that maybe I only want a whole number, or a decimal, or maybe a list of data, or a date or time, or maybe I want to force a certain text length, or even create my own custom one. I'll click whichever one I like. Let's say we want to do a whole number because credit scores are usually whole numbers. I can then choose comparison operators, whether I want it to be between two numbers, not between, equal to, less than, greater than. I'm going to say between. And the minimum number is going to be 350, and the maximum for us will be 850, just for the example. Once you set up your settings, you then have the option to do an input message where you give them some direction. I could say something like, please enter invalid credit score. And then I can go over to the error alert, and we have 3 different types of error alerts: stop, warning, and information. With warning and information, all they will do is just give a warning or information about the error that was created. It won't actually stop them from entering in the error. The only one that will stop is the stop style. This is the one that I like to use often because it actually stops them from making the error and it tells them to try again. So I'll choose stop and I'll put a message saying not a valid credit score. And then I'll click OK. And there we go. Now when they click in here, they have a little message saying please enter a valid credit score. If they put in, like, let's say 925, they'll pop up a dialog box saying that's not a valid credit score, and I can retry. I'll go look it up, and maybe I have about a, let's say 820, and it'll accept that one. We can do this for dates and also lists of data, or even create our own custom ones as well. So let's try those out. Let's say I want to force a date. So I'm going to select from C6 to C12 and click on Data Validation. I'll first go to my settings and say that I want to force a date to be in here. I don't want them to put anything else but a date. I'll say that I want the date to be equal to today's date. But if I do put today's date, Well, then if somebody fills this out tomorrow, it'll actually deny them. We have to come up with a way to force the current date. And there's actually a formula we can use to do this. The formula is known as the today formula, and it looks at the date that's associated with your computer. So I'm going to say equals today, open close parentheses, so that they have to put today's date every single time. So today would be the 2nd of January, tomorrow would be the 3rd, the next day would be the 4th, and so on and so forth. I'll then put an input message for directions, and I'll say, please enter today's date. And then I'll put in an error message saying, not a valid entry. And I'll click OK. So now when they go in, if they do 12, 31, 23, not a valid entry, please enter today's date, and then they can put in today's date. And there we go. Next up, we have our sales rep. And I'm going to select from D6 to D12. I need to figure out a way how I can force them to actually pick one of our sales reps here. And for our data validation, there is an option. We'll go to the settings. It's in the drop-down, and it's called list. We can create a list from just writing out a list. I could say, hello, comma, how are you, comma, and we can create a list that way. Or if the data already exists, which it does, we want to create a list of sales reps, we could just reference those cells from G6 all the way through G9. And when I click OK, it creates a little drop-down list with our sales reps. So when they click into it, they'll see it right away, and they can select whoever they like. And there we go. The last data validation here is one that's going to be customized. Now, you can customize any type of validation by using formulas. And we're going to use two formulas today. One is going to be called isNumber, which tests if it's a phone number or not, right? Phone numbers can only be numbers, so you can't put text. And it'll also test the length, depending on which country or region you're creating the phone number for. For USA, it's going to be 10 digits. So I need to force this. I'm going to, once again, select. But because this is a custom validation, you can't select all of them like we've been doing with the rest. We can just select E6. But don't worry, later on we will autofill and we'll be able to create the validation for all of them. So we're going to force a phone number. I'll click into E6, click on data validation, and we'll click the drop down and choose custom. At this point, the formula is going to check if it's a number and if the length is 10. In order to do that, we're going to have to use an AND function. So we'll do equals and open close parentheses. And then inside of that parentheses, we're going to say is number. So we'll do an is number, open parentheses, close parentheses. We'll click into that, and then we'll choose E6. So we're saying, is E6 a number? We'll put in our comma, and we'll ask our second question, which is the length, so we'll use the len function, and we'll say, is the len of E6 equal to 10? And I'll just zoom in on this formula here. So what we're asking is E6 a number? And is the length of E6 equal to 10 digits long? We're using the AND function to ask both these questions. So we'll say, is E6 a number and is the length of E6 10? If it is, that's a valid entry. If it's not, well, then we'll give them a little error message saying, not a valid phone number. And I'll click OK. So now when they go in, let's say they put in their phone number, but they add an extra digit, they'll say not a valid phone number. If they remove that extra digit, it accepts it. Now I know that doesn't really look like a phone number, and I totally get that. So what we can do is we can actually take from E6 to E12 and just format it as a phone number. Excel already has a pre-existing phone number formatting. All we need to do is go to the Home tab, and in the Home tab, just like we did with our currencies, we go to the number command group, and we're going to choose formatting from the list. Now, if you don't know where that lives in the list, just click the drop-down, and you'll go to More Number Formats. It'll pop up this dialog box where it'll showcase all the formats available in Excel, and we're going to choose Special. Under Special category, they have zip code plus the 4 digits, a phone number, and Social Security. And you can even choose your location so that it coexists with whatever that actually is. I'm going to click on Phone Number and click OK. And now anytime somebody enters a number here, it will look like a phone number. We want to be sure, though, that that conditional formatting is going to apply to all of them. So I'm going to take my little AutoFill handle and click and drag. And now it's going to work. So if I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0, 7, 8, 9, it accepts it, and it looks like a phone number. If I did something like this, though, let's say 201 456 7890 1. It'll say it's an error because we're adding an extra digit. It has to be 10 digits, not 11. Once I remove that extra digit and I press enter, it now accepts it and it looks like a phone number. Conditional formatting changes how cells appear when the value meets a specified condition. So based off of the criteria or condition, the formatting or appearance changes. Let's say that I'm looking at this list of housing. I have the list pricing, the town, the square feet, and the bedrooms and bathrooms. I am looking specifically for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. So looking at this list, it's hard to sort out what's 3-bedroom or 2-bathroom. So what I want to do is use conditional formatting, and I can change the cell so anytime there's a 3 in this column, it'll highlight it. Or whenever there's a 2 in this column, it'll highlight it. So the first thing I'll do is select from E2, and I'm going to use my keyboard shortcut here to select faster, which is the Control key, plus the Shift key, plus the arrow keys, whichever way that you're going. And I'm going to be going down, so I'll use the Control Shift down arrow. So I'm going to click into E2 and use Control Shift down arrow, and I'm going to select everything excluding the headers. When you're using conditional formatting, you do not want to select any headers, just the data. Now I can go over to the Home tab, and inside of the Home tab, I'm going to go over to the Styles command group and choose Conditional Formatting. Once I click on that, you'll see Microsoft has a bunch of different types of conditional formatting. Whether you want to do highlight cell rules based off of comparison operators like greater than or less than. You can even have text that contains or dates that occurred, or look at duplicate values. Top bottom rules will give you top 10 items or top 10%, bottom items, bottom 10%. You can use data bars or even color scales or different icon sets. But we're going to keep it simple. I just want to highlight the cell if it's equal to, and I'll put in a 3. I'll then choose the color, so the condition is that if it equals 3, then the color is going to be, let's do green fill, dark green text. And I'll click OK. So now I'm seeing all the places that have bedrooms that are 3, but now I want to also look at all the bathrooms that are equal to 2. So I'll do the same thing. I'll select F2, Control Shift down arrow, and then I'm going to choose Conditional Formatting, highlight cells, and if it's equal to, and I'll change this to a 2, then I want it to be green, and I'll click OK. And there's our conditional formatting. Now I can see which houses have 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. The only problem is that we're also still getting houses that only have 3-bedroom or 1-bathroom. We're going to talk about this in our next section, where I show you how we can use customized conditional formatting, where we create our own conditional formats using formulas. Because the built-in conditional formatting won't be able to highlight the entire row if it's based off of 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. It will just simply highlight the one column and anything that meets that criteria in that column, which doesn't really work the best for us. It works okay, but not the best. The built-in conditional formatting worked pretty well, but what I want to do instead is I just want to see the entire row highlighted if it meets both conditions, 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. I don't want to see other ones highlighted if that doesn't meet the criteria or condition. So the first thing I'm going to do is clear this out. Now you can clear out conditional formatting by going back to conditional formatting, and you can choose to clear the rules, and I'll choose to clear the rules from the entire spreadsheet. So once again, conditional formatting, clear rules from entire sheet. Next, I need to select all of the data. So I'm going to select from A2, and I'm going to use that keyboard shortcut I just used before, Control, Shift, right arrow. It'll select everything to the next empty cell, and then Control, Shift, down arrow. Select all our data, but excluding the headers. If we were to use Control A, that would include the headers and then it wouldn't work right. So we want to be sure that we're using the Control Shift right arrow and then the Control Shift down arrow. Next, I'll go over to the Home tab, and I'm going to click on Conditional Formatting, which is found in the Styles command group. This time, instead of using one that Microsoft pre-created, I'm actually going to use a new rule by clicking on New Rule, and I'm actually going to create this new rule by using a formula to determine which cells to format. Now the rule that I'm thinking of is I want to be sure that I highlight the entire row based off of 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. So I know I'm going to be using a AND function to ask both those questions. So I'm going to say equals AND. I'll then choose E2 because that's my starting point in my list. I wanted to evaluate or look through this entire list, and if it's equal to 3, then color it in. If it's not, then don't. So I'll say E2. The problem is when you select E2 like that, it actually absolute references the E2, so it'll only look in E2 and it won't look through the rest of the list. I needed to look through E2, E3, E4, all the way down. So I need to remove the $sign from in front of the 2. The $sign in front of the E can stay. So I'll just click and backspace. So it looks like this, $sign E2. And I'm going to say that if $sign E2 is equal to a 3, because I want it to be 3 bedrooms, then color it in. I'll put my comma, and I'm going to ask my next question. I want to color it in if the bathrooms are equal to 2. So I'm going to click on F2 and do the same thing, remove the $sign from the 2. And I'll say if it's equal to 2. So all I'm saying is, I only want you to color in each row if the bedroom starting with E2 is equal to 3, and the bathroom starting with F2 is equal to 2. It has to meet both those criteria, or else I don't want you to color them in. I'll then just put my comma there, and then close the parentheses, and this is what it's going to look like. So we have equals and E2 equal to 3, comma, F2 equal to 2, and parentheses. I've now done the hard part. We created the condition. We now need to choose the format. So I'm going to click on the format button over here and choose what I want the appearance to look like. It could be anything. You could change the color of the text, you can make it bold, change the size of the text, but really all I want to do is just fill it in. So I'll click on fill. I'm going to fill it in with my favorite color, which is blue. I'll then click OK, click OK. And now, how awesome is this? We can see which houses meet our criteria, which is 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom. And not only are we just selecting bedrooms and bathrooms, but we're highlighting the entire row. You can't do that with the built-in conditional formatting but you can come up with some really great conditional formats that are customized based off of formulas. Linking data allows for data to be connected between worksheets or even workbooks, so that when source data changes, the connecting data will then change as well. Let's say, for instance, that I want to link A3 over here. So I'm going to click on B5, and I'm going to do an equal sign. Once I input the equal sign, I then choose what I want it to equal. I want it to equal A3, so I click on A3. When I press enter, I'm now linking those cells together. So B5 is now equal to whatever's in A3. And if the data changes in A3, let's say we go up top, I want you to try this out on your own. You're going to backspace Excel and just put JOE and press enter. You'll see that it updated. And if you all did that, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. I'm just kidding. But we can change it back. Once we click into A3, whatever's in A3, I'll switch it back to Excel, is then transferred here to B5. And not only can we do that within the same workbook, we can do that in different workbooks. You just need to make sure that you have both workbooks sent over to that person or you're sharing them, otherwise they'll break the connection. We can even link to another worksheet here in the same workbook. So if I click on B7 and do equals, I can click on any of my other worksheets. Let's say I go back over to pivot table sheet and I select ice cream. When I press enter, it now links it over here. And if anything updates in that other sheet, it will update here. As you can see, Excel 365 offers a wide variety of powerful features for analyzing, visualizing, and working with data. Whether you need to organize and sort your data, summarize it with pivot tables and charts, or even highlight insights through conditional formatting, Excel likely has built-in tools to help you streamline those workflows. I hope this high-level intermediate course gives you a starting point to help explore those Excel capabilities more deeply in the areas that may benefit your work. Hello everyone and welcome to Excel 365 Advanced. My name is Joe Patty, and today we're going to be talking about some of the advanced features that open up more complex analysis and automation capabilities within Excel. One of the first things we're going to talk about today is named ranges. Named ranges are great because it allows you to customize the name of the cell rather than addressing it as J1 or B5 or C7. We can just rename them. This works really well for us, especially when we're using them in formulas. That way we don't have to refer to absolute cell reference. We could just name our cells. So let's say we have this Joe's Pizza ledger here, and we want to calculate the taxes. If I was to do this the regular way, I would do equals, multiply the 3063, which is an I4, and I multiply that by the tax rate found in J1. Now we know this is going to work, but then if we go to AutoFill, it's not going to work because we're now using relative reference when we should be using absolute. So what most people will do is they'll go back into the formula and they'll put in their dollar sign to absolute reference it. This works very well. And then when we re-autofill, we can see the results. But there is another way that we can absolute reference by naming our ranges. So the first thing I'll do is just clear this out, and I'm going to click into J1. You can name your range two ways. You can use the name manager over here, which says J1, and I can quickly click into J1 and rename it whatever I want. I could call it Joe if I wanted to. But you usually want to name it something that's relative to what it is. So for instance, tax rate. Now, naming ranges, you can't use spaces in the name. So if I do tax rate, I can't do this. If I press enter, it'll give me an error. What you can do is write tax rate all as one, or a lot of times you'll see most common an underscore and then rate. So it'll be tax underscore rate replacing that space. You can name it whatever you want though. Maybe you just want to call it rate. But I'll call it tax rate and press enter. Now that I named it using my name box, I can now click into The taxes area, I'll click J4 again and rewrite my formula using the named range. I'll do equals I4 multiplied, and instead of it being J1, it will now be called tax rate. Press enter, and now we can quickly autofill. So you can name one cell, you can name a range of cells. If you're going to name a range of cells, you can go over to the Formulas tab, and inside of that Formulas tab, you'll see the Define Names command group here. This is where you can define a name if you want to do just one off, or if you want to define a whole range of cells, you can select from a selection. You can then use these named ranges in formulas if you don't remember what you named it, or if you want to see a list of all the named ranges, you could go to the Name Manager. Let's say I didn't remember what the tax rate was. I don't remember what I named it. I can do equals, select, and multiply, and then I can go over to Use in Formula, which is found in the Formulas tab, and you'll see a list of all the named ranges, and I'll select tax rate. Press enter, and there you go. Another great thing about named ranges is you can use it in the entire workbook. So even if I'm on a different worksheet, I could just click, and maybe I want to see what happens if I increase it by 10%. So I'll do 0.1 multiplied. Let's put our equal sign, 0.1 multiplied, and then you can use in formula tax rate. Press enter, and then you could turn this into a percentage. So as we can see, named ranges can help us a lot because now we're not referring to Excel's way of naming cells like K5 or B3. We're now using our own English language to name our cells. If you want to see a full list of these, you can go to Name Manager and see all of your named ranges here. You'll see I named a tax rate, the value of the cell, and where it's referring to. You'll also notice that it automatically absolute references those cells with the dollar signs for us. Now we just saw that named ranges work really well, but what happens if we want to do an entire data set of named ranges? Well, the good news is that we don't need to just select each time and use the name box. What we can use is something called Create from Selection, which is found in the Formulas tab under the Define Names command group. So if we're going to name more than one cell, this would be a great way of doing it. Let's say that I want to name all of this data. The first thing I'll do is select all the data. I'll then go over to the Formulas tab and click on Create from Selection. Once I do that, it'll pop up this dialog box and I'll say, okay, Joe, where do you want to grab the names from? Do you want the names to come from the top row? Which, yeah, that would make sense. That would mean that all of this data, like pizza, garlic knots, salad, wings, french fries, drinks, would be named item. All of these prices would be named price, and so on and so forth. So that's a good idea to say that I want to use the top row. So I'll deselect left column and only keep top row selected and click OK. Now, if I want to see those named ranges, I could go to Name Manager and look at this. We now have a ton of named ranges: item, price, subtotal. So if I want to quickly do something like this, maybe I want to see how much money did I make total. I could see equals, the sum, tab, and then I could just say subtotal. You'll notice that when you start writing it out in English, that this is what it'll look like when it pulls it in the menu. It looks kind of like a little table with some selected cells, and you'll see the name. And you can quickly select that by double-clicking and pressing enter. And it'll give us the total of this entire column because remember, all of this is equal to subtotal. If you only select, let's say, from I4 to I8, that's what it says in the name box. It just gives you the I4 that you've selected. But if you select I4 through I9, you'll see it neatly displays subtotal because we've used create from selection, which means it took all of these cells and it just named it from the top row. One of my favorite things about Excel 365 is some of the new features, one of them being XLOOKUP. Now you've probably heard of lookup functions before, whether it have been VLOOKUP for vertical lookup, or HLOOKUP for horizontal lookup, or maybe you've used, let's say, index and match. Well, XLOOKUP searches vertically or horizontally for a lookup value, and it does it in a first row or a column or a range or even a table. So it looks pretty much left to right. That means that XLOOKUP does replace VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. And not only that, it's easier to use, and they have some really great built-in features. So let's take a look at XLOOKUP. We'll see here that we have the product name and the price. And all I want to do is, whenever I look up the product name, like notebook, I want it to return the price for me. So I wanted to look up notebook and then return the price. Now, if you've ever used VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP in the past, you'll know that right now, the way that our data is set up, this would not work. Because in order to use VLOOKUP, there was limitations. Like, in order to use VLOOKUP, you would have to have whatever the lookup value is, which is the product name, that would have to be the first column, which it isn't here in our data set. And it would have to be in ascending order, which once again, it isn't here. So VLOOKUP would not work. But that's the beauty of XLOOKUP. It replaces it because it looks left or right. You don't have to abide by those limitations anymore. So let's click into B2, and we're going to start this off with our equal sign, and we'll type out XLOOKUP. We'll press Tab on our keyboard next to the Q to open up the parentheses. And if you're new to writing functions, feel free to always click on the FX next to the formula bar here, and that will open up our fun little function arguments box. That way we don't have to worry about putting commas in, we could just fill out the 3 boxes. Now there's 3 main things that we need to fill out. The lookup value, so what are we looking up? We're looking up notebook. The lookup array, where are we looking for the word notebook? In this list of product names. And then when we find notebook, what do we want to return? Well, the price of it. So those are the only things that are mandatory that we need for XLOOKUP to work. There are a couple other arguments like if not found or match mode or search mode, and those are just extra benefits of XLOOKUP. They're really amazing tools, and I'll talk about them a little bit. But let's start off by saying, okay, how is this going to work? Well, we're going to tell it what we're looking up, whatever's here, which is notebook. It's going to look for it in this list, it'll find it, and then it's going to return whatever's next to it, which is the price. That's it. That's how much easier it is than VLOOKUP. No longer do we need column index numbers. No longer do we need to specify whether it's an exact match. XLOOKUP by default is an exact match. So let's try this out. What is the lookup value? Whatever's in B1. What is the lookup array? Well, from B6, I'm going to use a keyboard shortcut here. Control key, Shift key, down arrow to select from B6 to B73. And when I find it in B6 to B73, I want to return C6 to C73. Once again, I'll just use Control, Shift, down arrow. And that just simply selects all the data to the next empty cell. Now that I have those, I just click OK. And there we go. We find out that notebook is $5. Let's see, how much would be maybe a printer? $100. Okay. What about a binder? $4. So we see it's working perfectly. Now there is so much more to XLOOKUP. For instance, let's say that I type in something like Joe. Well, it's going to give me that nasty looking error, right? And this error simply means that Joe is not in this list. But typically when somebody types in something and they see an error, they think either the formula is broke or they did something wrong. We used to have to use if error, and we would nest our VLOOKUP inside of the if error to fix this. But with XLOOKUP, the really great thing is that they built in what's known as a if not found argument, which means that if it's not found, we can write anything else and not get that error. So if somebody types in Joe, we could just say not found. Make sure you put your quotes so it's a string of text. When I click OK, instead of getting that error, now we get not found. So if somebody puts in, let's say, notebook, it gives us the price. If somebody puts in, let's say, hello, well, then it does not found. And that's going to really just help with the functionality of your function here. So I'll type in printer again, and there we go. We also have two other arguments, and I'll just reopen by clicking the FX. We have a match mode. Like I said, XLOOKUP by default is an exact match, but you can do closest match if you're looking at, let's say, maybe like a range of items. But we also have another one called search mode. And this is really unique. From the default, it'll tell you that it's first to last search, which means that when it's looking through this list, it's looking this way. So it's going notebook, pen, stapler, desktop. And we can change that search mode to look from the bottom to the top. So by default, it looked from the top to bottom, but we can reverse it to search last to first. So that's another thing that's really nice. The reason why you may use something like this is because if something was updated in sequential order, let's say for instance down here, I redo the notebook. So I'll just put in 6.9, we'll say notebook again, and then I'll say that I'm going to up the price to $8 now. We'll just say, yeah, I'll update this and call it 8. So now it says $8, which is great. And if I go over here and I type in notebook, it still says $5. Right? But if I decide to, what I can do instead is I can rewrite this function. I'm going to now just go to B74 to include that new entry there to C74. Click OK. You'll see it still says 5. If I go to search mode, however, and I decide I want to change the search, right now it's saying 5. If I do a -1, it'll now say $8. If I put a 1, or I leave it blank, then it searches from the top to the bottom, so it hits this notebook first, and then says price for 5. If I do -1, it's searching from the bottom, and it'll give me the updated price, because now it's searching from down here. So that's just an example of why you would use something like a search mode. But yeah, we have so many different options with XLOOKUP. As we just saw, XLOOKUP is an amazing replacement for VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. We can now break through those limitations that we often ran into with those lookup functions. Now you'll see here that XLOOKUP can also be used to do data mining. And data mining allows for more flexibility for data analysis. Let's say that we have these 3 separate tables. I have one table over here that tells me all the products and the pricing. I have another table here that tells me all of our sales reps and what region they sell in. But then I have this table here, this is my facts table, where I see all the things that my sales rep have been selling. The problem is, every single time, I have to go over and I have to say, oh, Christy, okay, where did Christy sell? Oh, let me look up Christy, there, West. And then I have to type out West here manually. Now you can imagine with a lot of data, and I mean, we have a lot of data here, how long that could take me. So instead, I'm going to use XLOOKUP to do some data mining, where I'm going to pull the data from these 2 tables and then bring it over to my facts table here. So the first thing I'm going to do is click into L2. I'm going to do equals XLOOKUP. I'll press Tab to open up that parentheses. And then if you're new to writing formulas, feel free to just click the FX next to the formula bar, and it'll open up the function arguments box to help you out. So looking at this, if I want to grab the price, how would I do that normally? That's what I always think of first. How would I do this if I didn't have XLOOKUP? Well, I'd probably, if I was looking up price, I see products and price, I would say, okay, product is doublers, I would look here, I found doublers, and I would look next to it and say, oh, the price is $79.95. That's how I would do it in real life. That's how I'm going to do it with XLOOKUP. The lookup value is going to always be what you're looking up by. In order to find the price, we need to look at what are we looking up the price for? The product, which would be I2. Then I'm going to say, well, where am I going to find the product I2? Well, in this list of products. And then what do I want to return? Well, I want to return the price. And there we go. So that's going to be my function. So now that I have that, let's do it. The lookup value is going to be I2. Now, since I am looking up the price, I know it's going to go to I3, I4, I5, so that's fine. For my lookup array, however, I'm going to say where am I looking up for the product? From A2 to A13. We do want to make sure that we absolute reference this. So you can either use named ranges, which we learned about in an earlier section, or you're more than welcome to just put the $signs in. I like to use the function for key, the F4 on your keyboard. So I'll click on F4 and it puts in the $signs for me. However you want to do this, whether you want to do named ranges or just put the $signs in, you're more than welcome to. For the return, I want to return the price from B2 to B13. Once again, I'll put in my $signs by using my F4 on my keyboard. And when I say F4, I don't mean pressing the F and then the 4, I mean the function keys up top. You'll see F1 through F12 on the top of your laptops. So now that I have that, I'll then click OK. And look at that, I get the price right away. And instead of doing all that work, I'll now use AutoFill, and it does all the work for me. So sunshine is $19.95, and if we look here, sunshine is $19.95. So we're using data mining, and we're using XLOOKUP to do that. Let's say that I want to grab the price with the discount. Well, since we already have the formula for XLOOKUP here, we can do two things. We can either just copy this formula and then wrap it for the discount, or you're more than welcome to just reference the cell. So for me, I would say price with discount is going to be equal to. And if I just want to do the price with the discount, you don't want to necessarily do price multiplied by discount, because all that's going to do is give you what the discount amount is, which is $2.39. Or if we round it, $2.40. What I want to do is I want to see the price with the $2.40 minused out. So in order to do that, when we write our formula, we're going to take the price, which is an L2, and subtract that from the price, L2, multiplied by the discount. So all it's doing is subtracting that discount amount, which is $2.40 inside of this parentheses, minus out from the regular price, which gives us the $77. And then, of course, you're more than welcome to go through, and now we see the price with the discount. Now, if you don't like the way these two numbers look because they're prices, feel free to select L and M, go to the Home tab, and inside of that Home tab, head over to the Numbers command group, click the drop-down, and choose Currency. That way it looks more like an actual price. So for the region, feel free to do this on your own. You're more than welcome to pause the video and try it out. But then once you're done pausing, let's go over it right now with region. So I'm going to do equals XLOOKUP, press tab to open the parentheses. Once again, you can always click that FX if you need help with writing some functions. You don't want to put the $signs, you don't want to put the commas, you don't want to put the parentheses, any of that. You can just use the function arguments box. The lookup value is going to be, since I'm looking up region, I see region and salesperson. So how would I normally look up where Christy's working is I would search for Christy's name. That's going to be my lookup value. I'm looking for it in this list of sales reps names. from D2, Control Shift down arrow to D73. And when I find it, I want to return the region, which is in E2 to E73. And once again, I use that keyboard shortcut, Control Shift down arrow, and that helps me to select to the next empty cell. Now I'll click on my lookup array. Make sure you put your $signs in. And I'm just using that F4 function key to help me do that as a keyboard shortcut, and I'll click OK. Now I can double click, do my autofill, and look how amazing this is. Something that could have taken months has now taken a couple minutes, and we now have a full list of data. One of the next functions we'll talk about is a popular function known as the if function. The if function allows you to make logical comparisons between a value and what you expect, and then it'll return one result if true and another if false. So really it's just asking a question and answering true or false. It's sort of like if you asked me, hey Joe, is it cold outside? Well, if it is cold, if that's true, I'll put on a jacket. If it's not true, if it's false, I won't have a jacket. So depending on what the answer is to that question, whether it's true or false, two different things would happen. Let's say that I'm looking at this bonus review here, where I have the employee's name, their performance rate, and I want to just simply see if they're going to get a bonus or not. Now the bonus is going to be that if they make 3 or more, then they get a bonus. If they don't, then they don't get a bonus. So in order to do this, I'm going to do equals, if, and press tab on my keyboard next to the Q. That will open up my parentheses. As always, if you feel comfortable using the FX button here next to the formula bar, that will open up the function arguments, and that helps out so we don't have to put in our commas. The logical test is going to be the question we're asking. We're asking, did they grab 3 or more here in their performance rating? So I'm going to select from B5 to B10, or if you want to do this on one level, you just select B5, and you're going to say, is it greater than or equal to 3? Now that's true, as we can see here, because, well, it's a 3. So if it's true, now comes the easy part. What do we want to do if it's true? We could do anything. We could put a smiley face, we could say yes, we could say no, we could say bonus, whatever you like. I'll make sure to put it in quotations, which is a string of text, and I'm going to write bonus. Just like that. So now, if this number is greater than or equal to 3, it will say the word bonus. And if it's not, it will say no bonus. Once I click OK, it says bonus here, and then all I have to do is just autofill. And now we can see who met the bonus and who didn't. So you'll see bonus because it's greater than or equal to 3, greater than, greater yet, it's not, and it is. So there we go. We now get the bonus right away. The next thing that I want to do here is, let's say that I wanted to see the selection for lunch. Well, the problem is that there's 3 different selections. 1, 2, 3. And as I just said, when it comes to the if function, it allows you to return 2 things. If it's true, it returns something. If it's false, it returns something. So how are we going to do this? Well, we can actually keep nesting if functions inside of each other to come up with more results. So instead of just doing 2 results, we can come up with 3 or 4 or 5 or as many as we want. So I'm going to click into G5. I'll do equals, if, and press tab to open the parentheses. In this case, I'll go over to my FX to grab that function arguments box, and we're going to say that there's 3 selections, and we'll make them up. We'll say that the logical test is that if, we'll start off with the first one, if F5 is equal to 1. Now we know that's not true, it's false. So f5 is actually equal to 3. But if it was equal to 1, if that were true, what would it be? Would it be a sandwich, maybe a cupcake, whatever? I'm going to say that if they chose number 1, it would be soup. Now we have to figure out though, because if they didn't choose 1 and they didn't choose 2, then how are we going to return 3? Well, we need to nest another if function here. We're going to type in if, open and close parentheses. And when we do that, we have another if function now nested. So if I go over to my formula bar here, you'll see that if f5 is equal to 1, I want soup. Or if f5 is equal to 2, I want something else. Or if, and we could keep saying that. We can have as many results as we want. But let's click into this if. You can quickly switch between function argument boxes. For instance, I can click on this if, and now I'm in the second one. Or I could go back to the first if, or the second if. You can switch quickly between, and we want to be sure that we're in the second one, and we're going to write the next question. If f5 is equal to 2. It's still not. But if that was true, if it was equal to 2, it would be, let's say, a sub. Now that we've done 1 and 2, right, we're saying if f5 is equal to 1, it's soup. Or if f5 is equal to 2, it's a sub. Since we only have 3 results, we can now just fill in the false. If it's false, if it's not 1, if it's not soup, or if it's not 2, it's not a sub. Well, then what could it be? Well, then maybe it's a salad. So I'll type in salad. Now, if we had more than 3, we could keep going. We could just put another if inside of here and just keep going with this. But essentially, this is what it's going to look like now. We're going to say, okay, and we get salad. And if we look at this entire formula now, we see that if f5 is 1, write soup. It's our first one. Or if f5 is 2, write sub. That's our second one. And then if it's not soup or if it's not sub, well, then it can only be one other thing because we only have 3 items: soup, sub, or salad. And that's how we can nest if functions. So now, click and drag. Anytime it says 1, it's a soup. Anytime it says 2, it's a sub. And anytime it says 3, it's a salad. Database functions like SUMIF, COUNTIF, and AVERAGEIF allow you to sum, count, or average cells in a range that meet your criteria. Let's say that we have this parent company Q1 expenses. We have the division, the category, and the total expense. If I wanted to be able to type in, let's say, software, and it will tell me how many invoices we have for that bill, what the total is that I have to pay, and also what is my average expense. In order to do this, we can use SUMIF, COUNTIF, and AVERAGEIF. And we can say that I want to summarize or count or even average based off of this category criteria. So if it says software, I want you to count it. If it says software, I want you to summarize them. Or if it says software, I wanted to average them. So we're going to use that SUMIF, COUNTIF, AVERAGEIF, starting with total bill invoices. I'm going to do equals, and since I just simply want to count how many bills we have, we'll use the COUNTIF function. Now, when we start typing out COUNTIF, you'll see 2. You'll see COUNTIF and COUNTIFs with an S. COUNTIFs with an S is if there's more than one criteria. There's only one criteria, category. Whatever it says in F5, that's what we're counting. So we only need to use COUNTIF. If there was 2 things here, like category and division, well, then you can use COUNTIFs with an S. But since there's only one, we'll use COUNTIF and press Tab to open up the parentheses. Now it's only asking us for 2 things, and I'll grab my little function arguments box here. It's asking us Well, what is the criteria? And the criteria is whatever's in this cell here. Right now it says software. And then it's asking, well, where are we looking for software? And we're looking for it in this list of categories. So what it's going to do is it's going to look for the word software. It'll go through, find it, and it'll count it because we're using a count if. So if it says software, count it. So that'll be 1, 2, and it'll keep going through and count how many invoices we have. So to do that, first thing I'll do is criteria F5. Where are we looking for it? The range from C5, Control Shift down arrow, to C62. I'll then click OK. And there it is. We have 4 total bills for software. The next thing I want to see is how much do those 4 bills equal out to? So I'm going to do a total expense. Now in this case, if I want to see the sum, I'm going to use a sum if. So I'll do equals sum if. And once again, you'll see 2 options, sum if and sum ifs. Since we're only using one condition, we're going to say sum if and press the tab key to open. For sum if, it's going to ask us for 3 things this time, unlike count if. It's asking us for, once again, the criteria, which we know is going to be F5, and it's also asking us for the range, which we know is going to be from C5 to C62. But now it's asking us, well, when we find that range and that criteria, what do you want us to summarize? And we're going to say we want to see the total expenses from D5 to D62. So what it's doing is it's going to go through here. It's going to say, okay, we're looking for software. Once we find software, find it, there it is, we're going to take this number next to it. And we're going to sum it because we're summing using sum if. It'll then look again, software, find it, and then add it to this number. And that will give us our total, which is great. So that's exactly what we're going to do here. The criteria is, once again, F5. Where we're looking for that criteria is from C5, Control Shift down arrow, to C62. What do we want to add together? The total expense from D5 to D62. Now we'll click OK, and we get our total expense. Now, if you want to change this formatting, you're more than welcome to. I typically do. Remember, we can always change the format by going to the Home tab, the Number command group, and I'll just change it to look like a currency. I now want to do the average expense, and the average is going to be identical to the sum if. The sum if we selected F5 as our category or our condition, we're looking for it from C5 to C62, and we're totaling up D5 to D62. All of this will be identical in our average if, because all we're doing is just changing it from sum to average. So you're more than welcome to copy it, but just to do it and kind of get our practice, let's just write it out. We're going to do equals average if. We'll select average if, press tab to open the parentheses, grab the FX box if you like, criteria, F5, the range, C5 to C62. The average that we're looking for, D5 to D62. Click OK, and you can change it to a currency if you want to. And look how awesome this is. Now we get our total bills, the total that we have to pay, and on average what we pay. If I want to change this, let's say I want it to be rent, now it tells me what my rent would be. Or supplies, now it tells me my supplies. Now I do want to add a little bit of an extra bonus here. If you've seen any of my previous videos on Excel 365, in our intermediate video, we learned about data validation. And there we learned we can create a list. Now I want to do that here because, well, to be honest, I'm a horrible speller. So trying to spell this out in F5 each time, like if I wanted to look at maintenance or technical support, that could take a lot of time to do. So instead, I'm going to create a list here with all of our categories. So the first thing I'll do is click into F5, go over to the Data tab, and inside of the Data tab, we're going to go over to the Data Tools, and we're going to click on Data Validation, which is the little check mark / deny sign. It'll pop up this dialog box. Right now in F5, there's anything allowed in there. I'm going to say that I want to put a list in there. And you can either write out the list or you can reference cells. And that's what I'll do. I'll say from C5 all the way to C18. I'll click OK. And now we have a fun little list. And how awesome is this? And one of my favorite things about 365 version of lists is that they're searchable. So if I start typing out an S, it starts to pull out the S. Or if I type out, let's say, a C, it pulls up everything with a C. Pretty cool. And now I can just quickly select from the list. And there we go. Goal Seek is an amazing feature. And what it does is it finds the input needed in one cell to arrive at the desired output in another cell. So let's say that I'm just trying to find what my price estimate would be. I'm going to just take a moment to zoom in on this, and you'll see here that we have the info, which is what the price is for the product, how many units I sold, and the total amount I made. Now, in order for Goal Seek to work, we need to set up a formula over here in the total, which I already did for you. All I did was C5 multiplied by C6, and that's going to give us our total. But what I'm trying to find here is I know how much money I want to make. I want to make at least 250,000. If I sold all the units I have right now, let's say that I have like 12,000 shoes. If I sold those 12,000 shoes, how much would I have to sell each one for to get to 250,000? We would have to do that math ourselves. But since we have Excel here, why not just use Excel? So the first thing we need to do is set up our price estimate just like this. We then go over to the Data tab, and inside of the Data tab, we go over to what's known as the Forecast command group. We're going to use what's known as the what if analysis. This allows for us to take a look at different scenarios. You'll see that we have a scenario manager, a goal seek, and also a data table. And the one we're using is goal seek. I'll click on goal seek, and it's going to open up this dialog box. It wants to know what we want to set a certain cell to. I know how much I want to make. I want to make 250,000. So I know I'm going to set C7, and the value for C7 is going to be 250,000. That's what we're trying to get to. But we're going to try to get to that goal of 250,000 by changing a cell. And the cell we're going to change is the price, because I don't know what the price could be. I want Excel to figure that out for me. So I'll select C5. Once I fill this out, I'll then click OK. It'll run through the different scenarios, and it'll say that if I want to make 250,000, I would have to sell each, we'll say shoe, for $20.83. If I sell each shoe for $20.83 and I sell 12,000 of them, I will reach my goal. So now I know what the price is for each shoe. And as you can see, this is very helpful for me because I don't have to do the math myself. I just allow Excel to do it for me. We can also do this the other way around. Maybe we have the price and we want to know, okay, if I'm going to sell the shoes for $59.99 each, how many shoes do I have to sell in order to reach my goal of 250,000? So once again, we'll set it up where we have the price. We don't know how many we want to sell. That's what we're trying to figure out. And we have our formula. You always need that formula in the total. Price multiplied by units sold. I'll go back to data, In my Data tab, I'll go over to the Data Tools again. Right next to it is our forecast, and we'll click on What If Analysis. Once I click on that, I'll select my goal seek. It will pop up that same dialog box. We're going to set H7, wherever our formula is, we're going to set that to 250,000. This time we're changing whatever's empty, which is units sold, which is my H6. I'll then click OK. And there we go. It says that we should sell about 4,167 units. That's how many shoes we would have to sell to make our 250. So as you can see, GoalSeek truly helps us out to figure out how many things we need to sell or how much we can price it out. There's so many other applications for this. In this section, we're going to be talking about PMT Data Tables. Now, PMT is a function in Excel that will calculate the payment amount required to pay off a loan. And it requires for you to specify the number of payments you're going to make and also what is the given interest rate. So you'll see here I set up our total for the loan, which is $6,500, the interest rate that we got approved for, which is 22.3%, and our projected payment period, which I'll say 2 years, 24 months. Now, in order to calculate what our monthly payments will be, we're going to use PMT. After that, we will then use a data table, which will then take all of our original formulas and replace whatever we choose with one of these values and then return the results. That way we can see what if we paid it off in 6 months instead of 24, or 10 instead of 24, or 15. So I'm going to click into B8 and we're going to write out our first formula. We'll do equals PMT, press tab to open the parentheses, and click on the FX. Now once we get the function arguments box, we only need to put in 3 arguments: the rate, the M/per, which is the total number of payments we're going to make, and the PV, which is the present value. The rate is always going to be divided by a certain period of time. So for instance, our rate is in B4, but we want to see how much would it be annually, so we're going to divide it by 12. If you were doing quarterly payments, you would divide it by 4. Or if you were doing biannual, you would divide it by 6. Since it's 1 year, it's 12 months. We're taking B4 and dividing it by 12 months. The M/per is going to be the total number of payments we're looking at right now, which is 24. And the PV is the present value for the loan, which is in B3, 6,500. Once we put all of those in and we click OK, we now get how much our monthly payments are, which they're about $338. But what if I didn't pay it off in 24 months? What happens if I paid it off in 6 months, or 10, or 15? Well, that's where the data table will come into play. The data table will show how the changing input, which would be 24, it'll swap it out to 6, and then it will output the result. In order to do this, we need to first select the entire table we created. So from A8 to B15, we'll go to the Data tab, and inside of the Data tab, we'll go over to the Forecast command group and choose What If Analysis. Once there, we'll choose Data Table, and it's going to ask us, well, do you want to do a row input cell? Is that where you're switching them out? Are they going across the rows, or are they going down the column? And I'll choose column input because this is where our months are going down. And what this is going to do is it's going to say, what do you want to swap out? Well, I want to swap out B5. So it's going to look at the original formula, see that the 24 is there, the B5. It's going to swap it out with A9 and give me it in B9. It'll then do the next one, A10, give me the result in B10. So when I click OK right now, there we go. So if I was to pay this off in 6 months, I'd be paying about $1,154. Now if we take a look at this, we can see how much we're actually paying here. So for instance, if I'm going to do equals, let's say 6 months multiplied by how much we're paying each month, I'd be paying $6,929. That's with that 22% interest. So we're paying about a little over $400 in interest. If I was to pay this off, though, all the way 35 months, take a look at how much I'd be paying. If I take longer to pay this, and I multiply it by our $254, I'm paying $8,899. So I'm paying about $2,000 in interest, a little more. So it is safe to say that paying it off quicker is going to save you more in interest. But we can see here that now we can create a little table here too, showcasing how much our total loan would be if we paid off quicker or longer. What we're going to be talking about next is macros. Macros allow for you to record and play back a sequence of routine commands and actions, automating repetitive tasks. In order to actually use a macro, though, we need to be sure that we turn on our developer tab. So the first thing we're going to do is right-click on any of the tabs, go to Customize the ribbon, and then over here on the right-hand side, we'll then choose the developer option and make sure you give that a little check mark. Once you check mark that, you'll then click OK, and we now have our developer tab. Now the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to start to record a macro. We'll talk a little bit more about VBA coding, and we'll even build out some code in the next section. But for now, we're going to click on Record a Macro. What this does is it records the macro, and then it turns it into code, and then we can run it, and it will automate a process. We're going to call this one sign-in sheet. Now it's important to note that when you're naming any type of macro, you don't add any spaces. So I'll do sign_in_sheet. If you use spaces, you'll get a syntax error. So if I backspace and put a space, and I click OK, it'll tell me that's the incorrect syntax. You can't include spaces or characters. So that's why I like to use the underscore. Once you do that, you'll then choose a keyboard shortcut. Now, if you put an S here, that Control S actually saves the workbook. So it's already a keyboard shortcut that's been assigned by Microsoft. Macros are so powerful that if you did do Control S, it would replace the save function. That's something we may not want to do. So it's important that when you're choosing a keyboard shortcut, you choose something that's not known. Or you can also hold down the Shift key and press S, and now you have to hold Control Shift S in order to run this macro. So that gives you more of a variety of options. You then choose where you want to store this macro. We're going to choose this workbook and give it a quick description. I'll say that this creates a sign-in sheet. Now, the minute you click OK is when it starts to record every single movement you make. So I'll click OK, and it's starting to record, and if you want to stop recording, you can click on Stop Recording. But let's create this worksheet first. First thing I'll do is call it sign-in sheet. I'll add some style to it, so I'll go to Cell Styles, and you can choose whatever you like. I'll choose Title. I'll then put in the date. I'll use equals today function, and the reason I'm doing this is because today it will put today's date, tomorrow it will put tomorrow's date, and so on and so forth. So I'll do equals today, and then at this point, I'll then choose a style. So let's do heading 4. And I might just merge these together. That looks good. Now for the sign-in sheet, I'm going to have an ID, or even just a numbering system. You could call it num, ID, the name of the person, and then also, let's say what department they're in. And then I'll just turn those into little headings here. I'll then put my 1, and I'll use AutoFill here, so I'll hold down the Control key to have sequential order, and we'll put in about 20 spaces. I'll make this a little bigger, make this a little bigger, and now I have my sign-in sheet. Now I'll go back to the Developer tab, and I'm actually going to stop recording this process. And now I've created a macro. Now, if you actually want to see the macro, you're going to go over to Macros and give that a click. Once you click on that, it'll show you a list of all your macros, including your sign-in sheet. You can quickly run this code, use the keyboard shortcut, edit the code in our VBA, which is Visual Basic Applications, delete it, or take a look at other options. But let's see if this works. I'm going to just delete everything out. I'm going to click here, and I'm going to use Control-Shift-S. And how awesome is that? It creates our sign-in sheet right away. And I can do this every single day with an updated date and a clear, up-to-date sign-in. If you want to take a look at what the code looks like, you can go back to Developer tab and open up the Visual Basic Applications editor. Once you click in there, you'll see here, this is our Microsoft Visual Basics for Applications, VBA code. And if you're wondering what VBA code is, it's a programming language that's built into Excel. It allows you to create customized macros, functions, you can automate process, or even integrate with external data sources. It's really great for automating complex and multi-step processes. Now, if I go over here to my modules, you'll see here that we have a module 1. If you just double click on it, it'll open it up here. And this is where you'll see your actual code that was written out by the recorder. It tells you that it's called sign-in sheet, it tells you what it does, and even the keyboard shortcut. And then it runs through the code. Now this code is pretty strict because it was made by a computer. So a computer coding, this is what it looks like. When we learn about coding our own applications in a little bit, you'll see that our code's going to look a little different than this, less formal. If you want to exit out of this, you could just go to the top left-hand corner and you'll see that we can go back to Excel. Click on the little Excel icon and it brings you straight back into the worksheet. As we just saw, recording macros is really amazing. It allows for us to automate processes, but there's so much more to VBA coding. It is a programming language. What I want to showcase next is using if statements. Macro if statements allow for us to, based off of a condition or criteria, execute a certain line of code. So in order to do this, the first thing we'll do is go over to our Developer tab. And inside of the Developer tab, we'll go over to the Code command group and choose Visual Basic. Now once we click into there, you'll notice that we have our module 1 from before. And if you want to create your own new module, you're more than welcome to. I'll just exit this one. We're going to go up to the top. You'll see under the second little toolbar here, we have a little drop down. And we can click on Module. Once we click on that module, it'll create a second module for us where we can start writing our own code from scratch. Now, when it comes to coding, we always want to be sure that we use the keyword sub. And sub means subroutine. So essentially, we are running through a subroutine of code that will allow us to accomplish anything, whether we want to automate a process, maybe we want to create a new function, or maybe we want to define some sort of solution to a problem. We can do that. We're going to create our own code today. I'm just going to call this subfun. Right? We'll then do an open and close parentheses and press enter. Now, the minute you do that, it's going to show up with an end subroutine. That's just Microsoft helping you out. So subfun, we're just saying the subroutine's name is fun, and then we're ending the sub after we write our code. Now, before we just start writing code, it's important to know that we are the masters of this language. The first thing we're going to learn about and see right now is something known as a variable. A variable allows for you to name something in your code. You can name it whatever you want, and then it will reflect inside of the code so that you don't have to constantly write it. For instance, if I wanted to write a full sentence saying, "Hello, how are you?" I might call it variable x. Anytime I say x, that means, "Hello, how are you?" That will help me out so I don't have to constantly type, "Hello, how are you?" I could just type in an x. So the first thing we're going to do here is create a variable called MSG. And when you're naming variables, it's usually relative to what you are saying, right? MSG is going to be my message. And my message is going to be, let's do, is your name Joe? You'll notice that I put it in a string of text. Very similar to the way we write functions, we have to have strings of text, so we have to have our quotes around our sentence. Now that I have MSG, which means is your name Joe, anytime I say MSG, it's asking that question. I'll create another variable here called ANS, which is, well, standing for answer. And remember, you can name this whatever. You could just call it an M is equal to or A is equal to. But I just like to name things a little more so that when I read my code back, it's more readable for me and I remember what I was trying to do. I'm going to create what's known as a message box, and this is some pre-built-in code that Microsoft gives us to get our jobs done in VBA. I'm going to do MSGBOX, just like that. And I'm going to open up that parentheses there. It's sort of like filling out function arguments. It's asking us, well, Joe, we're going to create a message box for you, but what do you want the message box to say? I want the message box to ask the question, is your name Joe? And once again, I now don't have to write, is your name Joe? I could just write MSG, just like that, and put my comment. Now, when it creates a message box, it's just a pop-up box that you would see in Excel, and it's going to have, is your name Joe? I need a way for the person to say yes or no. And we're going to use what's known as VB. These are our virtual buttons, and we're going to choose VB yes no. So just scroll down to the bottom and create VB yes no. So virtual button yes no, and close the parentheses. All this is doing so far right now is just creating a box that says, is your name Joe? And it's creating a button here that says yes or no. So that's all this code is doing so far. But now we need to figure out, well, what happens if they hit the virtual button yes? What will happen? And that's where we're going to use this if statement. We're going to say if ANS is equal to VB yes, so if they hit the yes button, then we'll create a message box. Let's just do a message box that says something like, so is mine, that's awesome. Something very simple, that's it. And then we'll create another if statement because, well, if they don't hit yes and they hit no, if ANS is equal to virtual button no, they hit that one, well then I want them to create a message box. And that message box will say, you are still awesome. And that's it. So really we're just creating a message box with the message, is your name Joe? With a virtual button that says yes or no. If they hit that virtual button yes, well then the message box will say, so is mine, that is awesome. If they hit the virtual button no, then the message box will say, you are still awesome. Now that we've created this code, we can see if it's going to work. We'll run it. We're going to go back to Excel. Remember, we can hit Alt F11 or just click on this button. And now in our macros, we'll click on our macros. We'll see the fun macro, and we can quickly run that macro by clicking on Run. And look, it pops up a dialog box that says, is your name Joe? Oh, yes, it is. So is mine. That is awesome. And we click OK. And look how fun that was. We can run that again just to see what it would say if we click no. You're still awesome. And there we go. That is our first code. And that is an if statement code. You'll always see that when you use an if statement, it's going to be if, then. If, then. So as you can see, you could probably come up with a couple of ways that you can use a code like that. Another concept in VBA coding is loops. And today I want to show you the do until loop. A do until loop tells a macro to repeat a certain section of code over and over again until the condition is met. So it says do it until it evaluates to true. So we're going to do a fun little code here. This one's going to be very similar to like AutoFill. So feel free to click the little plus icon and open up a new worksheet. We'll then click on the VBA, and you'll see that that's going to be in the Developer tab, Code Command Group, and we'll choose Visual Basic. You'll see our code from our previous section, and you're more than welcome to continue to code here. You don't have to open up a Module 3, for instance, to write your code. I could just click down here, do a couple of enters, and then I'll write my subroutine name. Remember, we'll do sub, and I'm going to call this sub, let's say, do underscore until underscore example. Open close parentheses. And when you press enter after you name this, it will put a line between the previous code and your new code, and also give you your end subroutine. Now, one of the things I didn't talk about in the last section was being able to tell the VBA code your dimensions. Dimensions are important because it allows the code to know exactly what you're going to be utilizing, whether it's a string of text, or whether you're going to have a long number, or maybe it's going to be an integer. And the way that we do that is we write dim for dimension. We're going to say that the dim of x, and then we're going to write as, and you'll see here that we can dim it as many different things. Maybe I want to dim it as, let's say, an integer. So you'll see integer. Or maybe I want this to be known as a float. Or maybe I want this to be a long integer. Or maybe I want it to be a string of text. We're going to say that we want this to be long. So we're going to dim x as long. It's going to be a long number. We're then going to say that x, as of right now, is equal to 1. So x is equal to 1. And I want to do this until x is equal to 11. So I want to keep running this code. So I'm going to use a do until x is equal to 11. So I'm going to keep running this code until x equals 11. I'm then going to select a cell to run this code in, because I actually want this to display something in Excel. So I'm going to say that cells, and in Excel, when we're doing VBA coding, it's no longer AB or A1, B2. It's now all numbers. So for instance, A1 is now 1, 1. B1 is now 2, 1. So we're going to choose the row index, and the row index is going to be 1. But I want that to keep going down the rows, so I'm going to say x, because x will change. I want it to all stay in one column, so I'll put a comma, and I'll do 1. Then I'm going to close that, and I'm going to say the value of cell x1, which is really A1, the value of it is going to be equal to x. So all it's saying is right now, x is equal to 1. I'm going to keep running this code till x is equal to 11. I'm going to select cell x1, which is A1, and the value of A1 is going to be 1. Now I'm going to run another thing saying that x is now equal to x plus 1. That way we actually add to this. And I'm going to loop this. So what's going to happen in this code? It's going to run through x is equal to 1. It sees that it can keep doing this until it equals 11. Cell 1, 1, which is A1, is equal to 1. Then it says x is now equal to 1 plus 1. So now x is equal to 2, and it loops again. It keeps doing it because x is equal to 2, so it can continue. Cell 2, 1. So that's A2 is equal to 2. X is now equal to 2 plus 1, which is 3. It loops again, and it keeps doing this over and over until eventually it'll get to 10. 10 plus 1 is equal to 11. It'll loop, and it'll say, oh, it reached it. Now we're going to end. So that's why a loop can be very helpful. It can keep iterating through these different scenarios over and over until it reaches true. Now what we'll do is I'll click over to View Excel. I'll go to my macros, and I'm going to run this example. And when I run it, how cool is that? It runs through and it puts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's kind of like AutoFill. And it does this because it keeps running through. And I can make that go for thousands of rows. I can go back and edit my macro. And I can say, keep doing this until we reach 999. And I can run my code over and over again. So now I'll click here, run my code, and there it goes. And if we scroll all the way down, should have went to 998, because once it hits 999, it stops. So pretty cool code. It's kind of like AutoFill, but that's a great example of how we can use it and keep looping or repeating our macro over and over and over again until it meets a certain condition. Now that we learned about if statements and do loops, what I want to do is combine those together and create a fun game for us. So the first thing we're going to do is open up our Visual Basics again. And remember, we can do that by going to the Developer tab, heading over to the Code command group, and clicking on Visual Basic. Once you click into Visual Basic, we'll then use the same module 2 here that we used in our previous two examples, and we'll just space it down a little bit. We're going to name the subroutine. We're just going to call it subgame. Open close parentheses, and press enter. So for this game, what we'll do is use an if statement and a do loop to choose a simple game, and that simple game is going to be a guessing game. Guess a number 1 through 10. And if you guess it right, well, then it exits the game. If you guess it wrong, you got to retry. So the first thing we'll do is let's dim x as an integer. So we're going to have a variable called x, and it's going to be an integer. And then I'll put a comma. I'll also have an integer called a, and a is going to be integer. So we have a variable x, variable a. Now we're going to say that x is equal to the number. We have to pick a number 1 through 10. So we need a random number. Now, if you've used this function before in Excel, it's known as the rand_between function, and it picks a random number between two numbers you choose. So in order to use it in VBA coding, we're going to call this worksheet function. So we're saying that, hey, VBA code, we're actually going to use a worksheet function from Excel. So we say worksheet function dot, and then you'll see all the different functions we have access to. Some of them you might have seen before. And the one we're using is rand_between. Once we choose rand_between, it works like a normal function. We do an open parentheses, and we put in the two arguments. The two arguments are, what is the beginning number? We'll put a 1. And what do you want to choose to? A 10. And then close the parentheses. So x is just a random number now between 1 and 10. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Now we have to create a do loop. So we're going to do our do, and we're going to say that a is equal to an input box. So just like we did a message box in our previous section, an input box is similar, except somebody can input information into it. And we're going to ask a question in this input box. We're going to say, Joe is thinking of a number between 1 and 10. What is it? So it's just going to pop up a box that asks this question, and then you'll be able to input an answer, and that will become A. Now, if A, right, if their answer, which could be 1 through 10, is equal to X, well, then it's going to exit the do. It's going to exit this loop because they would have guessed the number and they would have won. But if they don't, if X is not equal to A, well, then I want to create a message box telling them they got it wrong and to try again. I'll say, try again. And I'll keep looping this. So I'll write my loop like we did last time. So all it's saying is X is a number 1 through 10. It'll change every single time. If A, which is whatever they input, is equal to X, then exit the do. And we can write a message down here underneath loop. We'll say create a message box that says, yay, you and Joe are connected. And you can write whatever you like there. So if they guess, they exit the do, they exit this entire loop, and they go straight here and they win. But if they don't, well, then it's going to create a message box saying try again, and it's going to loop it back here, and it's going to create another input box saying, try, Joe's thinking of a number. So this is a fun little game. We have our loop, and if they win, then it exits the loop. And let's see if this works. We'll go back over to Excel, macros, and let's run the game. Joe's thinking of a number between 1 and 10. What is it? Is it 5? Try again. Joe's thinking of a number 1 through 10. What is it? Is it 8? Try again. And then I can go through and see. It's not 7. Is it 6? Is it 4? Is it 9? Yes, it was 9. Yay, you and Joe are connected. So this time it was 9, but because it's random, you can play the game every single time. Because if I run the game again and I put 9, it's not it. So we can keep having fun with this game over and over again until we guess. You can get more complex on this game as well, by the way, if I decide to say something like, I think, let's do 3. Which one was it? 2? Did we run through all the numbers yet? Maybe it was 9. I don't know what number it was. You can keep doing this and you can add some really fun things where maybe you want it was 5. Maybe you want to add in if they're close or if they're not close, or maybe you want to add in the number of tries they have. They can only have 4 tries or 3 tries, but you can get more complex with your codes. Have a lot of fun with this though, and you can probably start to think of ways you can use do's or ifs. I hope you enjoyed our Excel 365 Advanced series. We've just scratched the surface of some of the advanced functionality Excel has to offer, whether it's analyzing data or modeling what-if scenarios, or even automating workflows with macros. Excel is dedicated each year to really just improving some of the functionality that we have. Excel can add so much to business use cases, and I truly hope this overview provided a helpful launching point as you explore further according to your needs. Thanks.